find this helpful or interesting, then give it a thumbs up. Leave any comments that you've got below, and if you aren't already, subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon so you can receive notifications of when future sleep stories go live. I have dozens and dozens of stories already on my channel that you can go and search. I also release new stories every single week. Take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you're going to drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background. And you can have a sense of walking along the edge of a lake at night time. And as you walk along the edge of the lake, so you can notice the way the moon is shining onto that lake, the way the light's reflecting on the surface of the lake, dancing with the waves. You can notice the stars in the sky. And perhaps the occasional cloud that just drifts gently and whisperly across the moon. Maybe even noticing a slight rainbow halo around the edge of the moon as the clouds pass across. And you walk around that lake a little way. You can feel the fresh air as you breathe in and breathe out. And you can find a bench to relax down on. And as you relax on that bench, you can gaze out across the lake, perhaps hearing the occasional sound of ducks around the edge of the lake, almost quacking in their sleep. That thing ducks sometimes do where they're sleeping on the shore and they occasionally move a little, give a few quacks. And then you can notice what looks like a swan gracefully swimming across the lake. Almost gliding effortlessly through the water. And you can find that swan curious that as it gracefully glides through the water, through the reflection of the moon, you notice that that swan just looks like a silhouette against that background light. And you realise that it's a black swan. And you find yourself almost transfixed, watching as that swan glides across the water. And noticing the ripples spreading out from the swan, making that moonlight dance on the water. Seemingly so silently and relaxed. And as you rest there on that bench, you can hear the occasional rustle of the leaves as the wind blows a breeze. And you can rest back on that bench, gazing up at the sky, looking up at the moon and the stars, and allowing the focus of your eyes to relax, and noticing shooting stars coming from different directions. And although they're probably silent from you sat there, you have that feeling almost like you can hear them fizzing across the sky. And you feel yourself almost being drawn into the experience, absorbed in the sight of those shooting stars. And as you watch the shooting stars, so you notice your eyes beginning to blink a little extra before they close and you begin to relax. And you can still hear the sounds around you, and you almost feel that those sounds are helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. And that deeper absorption seems to happen because you've closed down one sense, and so it seems to almost heighten another sense. And you can feel your breathing slowing as you're drifting deeper inside. And then while you're drifting deeper inside, so you begin to notice almost like a dreamlike experience forming, initially hearing the distant sounds of sledgehammer on metal, like someone's working some armour or some metal panels. A rhythmic sound, almost like two people are doing that work. One person striking, and then a moment later the next strike. And it's just a distant sound of a sledgehammer on metal. And a part of you can be curious what they're building and what's forming in your mind. And then while you rest on that bench and remain drifting into a reverie, into a daydream, you have this sense almost like you've opened your eyes and you're standing up from the bench. Only as you do, that lake looks different. Everything around you looks different. And you can see a glow off in the distance, in the direction of the sound of the sledgehammers. And with curiosity you begin to explore. You start to head towards that sound, towards that glow, and you stop some distance away, gazing down there. And you can see through the trees the glow of a fire and two people working on some armour. And then after they've done that work and they've hit it with a sledgehammer and bashed it into shape, you see them placing the parts into water, cooling it down. You see it fizzing, bubbling, And then they place it on what looks a bit like a mannequin, hanging it all up looking like the suit will look. And they appear to have just finished their work, and you start to walk down towards them. And you get down to where they were working, and they're sat at a bench, just having a drink after the hard work they've done. And one of them turns to you and says they were expecting you. They've been waiting for you to arrive, and they knew you were going to turn up at this exact moment, and that they've made a suit for you. And you're curious what they mean by this. And they say that the suit that you've watched them making is designed specifically to fit you. And that you've got a destiny. You just didn't know it before. And they stand up from the bench. They walk over to you. And they walk with you to the suit. And they gesture for you to try that suit on. And you place on the arms, the legs. The body seals around your body. And you place the helmet on. And the suit seals almost like one piece. And then you notice a display in front of you. And it makes you think a bit of Iron Man's suit, in the way it seems to seal around you and have this display. And you turn to the two people, and as you go to talk, so the face of the suit opens up, as if somehow it instinctively knows when it needs to be open and when it needs to be closed, just from your thoughts alone. And they explain that it can read your mind. It can read the brainwave patterns, to be able to respond as if it's a part of you, rather than something that you have to try and externally control. And they tell you that you're going to need this. And that you can travel in this. And you don't know what they mean. And they say, just test it out. And you jump off the ground and instantly launch yourself into the air. And you find yourself flying off the planet. And as you do and as you look down, so you notice that although it looks similar to Earth and to where you took off from, where you fell asleep, there are some differences. And you hear a voice in your ear telling you that this is an alternative universe, that as you gazed up at those shooting stars and allowed yourself to drift into that reverie, so the brainwave frequencies shifted slightly, allowing you to access the multiverse and to be able to travel almost psychically to a different version of you. And that now here you are, and you find yourself in space, noticing the peace and silence around you. And as you look in space, so you can see just dense blanket of stars everywhere. And from up here, there are no shooting stars. But you do notice the occasional one down there, passing into the atmosphere of the planet below. And you're curious how fast you can fly. And so you pick a direction, and just by thinking about it, you accelerate faster and faster. Notice how things around you seem to almost warp. And yet your senses seem to be able to keep up. And then you effortlessly decelerate, surprising yourself by not noticing any feelings of G-force or any uncomfortableness. Just feels so natural. Feels like you're almost born to play this role. And then you start to have this sense that there's somewhere you need to be. Almost as if somehow you can hear things. Or at least that's how you would describe it. That it's more a sense that you hear things. And you hear someone asking for help. And you instinctively travel in that direction, finding yourself speeding through the galaxy. And in what seems like almost no time at all, you stop at a planet that looks similar to Earth, but much larger. You land down on that planet, and you see a small boy who looks reasonably similar to humans. And they're swinging on a swing under a tree, and the tree looks very similar to Earth trees. It's thicker, and it's not so tall. But you still have this sense that it resembles a tree. And this boy seems a bit more stocky as well. And you realise that the gravity here seems to almost squash everything down a bit. That everything needs just that bit extra to be able to stand tall here. That trees need the extra support and can't grow so tall. People need extra muscle. And you don't know what it is that you're here to help with. But this young boy looks up and seems pleased to see you. And from the way the boy interacts with you, you realise that what your main role seems to be here in this universe is to bring hope to people. To bring hope that there is someone in your corner. There's always someone there to help. Hope that you're not alone. and you listen to what the boy has to say. And you fly off and seemingly effortlessly help them with their problem. And you realize that one downside of being able to hear people calling for help is that you know you can't help everyone all at once. And yet you have this desire to try. And then you almost feel guilty if you fail, even though there was no way you could succeed. And you realize that while you're here, as this superhero in this universe, you're learning a valuable lesson about what you can do, what you can't do, and where you should focus your attention. And you allow yourself to just learn that lesson as you fly around from planet to planet, almost in a constant state of helping and helpfulness. And after what seems like a very long time, you have this sense of being drawn back to the initial planet. And you land back down on that planet. The suit opens up. You walk out of that suit. And you walk across towards that bench and relax down in that bench. And then you start to hear a splashing sound. And you find your consciousness drifting back to the lake. And you open your eyes on that bench. And a part of your attention is on the experience you've just had. And you feel that you've learned something from your time as a superhero, and you're unsure whether that experience was just a dream on a bench, or whether it was something more. But whatever it was, you know that it had a profound effect on you. That you feel almost like you've learned lessons from an experience of being a superhero. And you walk along the edge of the lake, the moon now setting almost as far as the trees. And you follow that lake, heading towards the splashing sound. And you notice a beaver working its way off the bank into the water, dragging sticks out into the water, and then coming back out again without any sticks, and then coming back and dragging more sticks out into the water. And you go and take a closer look, and you realize that at one of the streams that comes off the lake, this beaver seems to be building a dam. And you watch as it drags sticks into the water and places them carefully into position. And then it disappears below the surface, and you wonder where it's gone. It doesn't come back up. And you realize that it must be inside the dam. That it must already have built its shelter. And then you notice that there's an otter here too. And then even more curiously, you notice a platypus. And the strangest thing happens, that all of them seem to be heading to the dam. And you watch as they all dive under the water. And none of them seem to come back up. And you wonder what an otter, a beaver and a platypus would be doing. And you think it's the most strange experience. Watching these three animals seemingly getting on. And you wonder whether, when humans aren't looking, other animals just get on. And that perhaps the reality you think you see is just put on for show by these animals. That when you normally see them, it looks like all of any one species just keeps itself to itself. And yet here, in the darkness, they seem to mix and mingle and get on with each other. And you imagine in your mind almost like they're in that dam having a bit of a party, and you wonder what kind of a party that would be. And you have this sense that there's more magic in the world than people have their eyes open to. And you walk closer and closer to that dam. And as you get closer to the dam, so you hear a sound just a little way off into the woodland. And you see a slight glow and flash of light. And so you decide you're going to come back to the dam, but you just want to go and check out that flash of light. And you head a little way into the woodland, and you notice around a tree, almost like little dancing sprites, interacting with each other, and what looks almost like stars, or the twinkling from sparklers flashing around that tree, creating the most beautiful glow just around the base of the tree. And you sit down on the ground and you watch them for a while. And then they notice you. And they come over to you and they start circling you. And they start circling faster and faster. And they seem to be singing. And as they circle you and they continue singing, so the stars, the sparkling light begins to expand and encompass you. And then you notice yourself seeming to shrink. You feel tingly and seem to shrink smaller and smaller. Until you notice that you've become a dog. And then as a dog, suddenly you've got this tremendous sense of smell. And all of those sprites move out your way, and you head back towards the dam. And you have this sense that as this dog, you can now investigate this dam better, because you're just a small dog. You're quite a narrow dog. And you have the suspicion that you'd be very good at squeezing through small places. And you know you love the water. And you go to the water's edge, splash your way into the water. Take a deep breath, dive down under the water, swimming to the dam. And you swim up inside that dam. And the first thing you think in your mind is that it's almost like the TARDIS, that it's surprisingly large inside this dam. Not just a little bit larger, but very much larger inside the dam than outside. That somehow these beavers have built something that seems to have unusual properties. And you can see the otter, the platypus, you can see the beavers. And they seem startled to see you at first, and then they invite you over, and you realise that you can understand them. And they ask who you are. They've never seen you round here before. And they ask if you'd like to play cards with them. And you realise this surreal experience, that they're sitting around a card table, that the platypus is smoking a cigar, the beaver has a strange hat on, and the otter's wearing sunglasses. And you don't know what to make of this, but you decide that any time you encounter an unusual, but pleasantly unusual experience, it's great to just go with the flow and see where it'll take you. And so you get dealt into that card game. And you think this is an experience that no one would ever believe you if you told them. And you all play cards for seemingly hours. And even though you're engaged in attempting to win these games of cards, a part of you is still engaged in being curious about how unusual the experience is. And in hoping that this actually goes on everywhere, you start to think to yourself about how when you're walking along the edge of a lake and you hear some ducks, maybe you'll start to imagine that those ducks are actually playing a game or having fun. And you start to imagine other animals doing the same. You wonder if fish are playing games, if the birds play games. If there are fox cubs in clubs playing games. And inside your mind, while playing cards, you almost smile to yourself at this thought that whenever you see an animal, you're going to imagine that when humans aren't around, it's probably off doing something very human, or something that people would perceive as very human. And that it just has to play this role when it's around humans. And after playing cards for quite a while, the otter lets you know that it's almost sunrise, and that perhaps it's time for everyone to go. And the otter packs up the cards, and the beaver packs everything away. And the beaver says goodbye to everyone as everyone jumps back down into the water, swims out of the dam back to the shore, and says goodbye to each other. And you find yourself instinctively shaking off that water stood on the edge of the shore. You have this sense of how much fun it is to shake yourself vigorously on the edge of that lake. And you can notice how the sun is beginning to rise as you head back over to that tree. And those sprites circle around you again. And the sparkling around you happens more again. And then you find yourself growing back to the normal you. But again, this is two experiences you've had that have begun to shape your mindset and your thinking towards how you approach reality. And so you start to wonder what the normal you would be, and how maybe there is no normal you. Maybe the you that you think is normal is always changing and becoming something new. And you head back towards that bench. And you begin to wonder whether maybe it's time to start to head home. You've been here all night by this lake. You've had experiences that have felt longer than all night. So you head to your car, open the door of your car, close it behind you. You feel the warmth of being in your car. That somehow your car seems to have retained some warmth where the outside had cooled down. And you drive away from the lake. And at this time in the morning, the roads are quite clear. Your car's quiet and smooth, and the lights from the streets are still on. But you can notice the occasional light turning off as the sun continues to rise. And the other lights reflect off the bonnet of the car. And you enjoy this calm, quiet, early morning drive home. And once you get home, you decide to make yourself something to eat. You go and sit in the most comfortable chair by the fire. You begin to eat your food and read a novel. And as you read, you notice that you're beginning to get tired. You finish your food and you start to drift comfortably asleep as that novel falls gently onto your chest. And as you drift deeper and more comfortably asleep, so you begin to hear the sound of a whistling wind, and you begin to notice white, and then hear the trudging of your footsteps through snow. And you feel yourself wrapped up so warm in this snowy weather. You can feel a fur hood around the sides of your face, a scarf around your mouth and nose, and you feel so warm walking through this snow, and yet you know out in the snow it's cold. And you realise that you're trudging through thick snow among pine trees. And you can see in the distance the entrance to a cave, and you decide to go to that cave to be able to sit down just out of the snow a minute. And you have this sense that this must be a dream, because you remember relaxing by the fire in your favourite chair. You remember the book that you were reading. But it's a surprisingly vivid dream, and so you'd like to know what it is that you're dreaming and why. And as you get to that cave, so you begin to hear a noise, almost like a gentle growl, like a breathing growl. And then out of the cave you see this tiny, cute, white, fluffy dragon. And it seems to have fur and fluff all around its body, and neck and face, and even on its wings. And the only area that it doesn't is on its lips and around its snout, which have a pinkish colour. And as it approaches you, you can see the dark grey smoke coming out its nostrils with its out-breaths. And it comes over to you. And you crouch down to it. And it nuzzles you with its head. And then seems to just lose the control of its legs. It just flops down beside you, resting its head on you. And you take off a glove, and you begin to stroke its back, feeling how soft its fur is. Feeling the warmth of its body. And then because your hand's getting cold, you put it back in a glove. And the dragon stands up, jumps up, leaves the cave, and flies off. And you wonder whether you said or did something. And after a while it returns with a mouthful of sticks. It puts them on the ground in the front of the cave and lets out a short burst of fire from its mouth, lighting those sticks. And then it comes back over to you again, rests down beside you, rests its head on your lap. You take your glove off again, and you can feel the warmth of the fire. You uncover your mouth, your nose. You take down your hood, and you gently stroke that little dragon. And you realise that this dragon seems lonely, that it seems to be here all on its own, and that it just seemed to want company. And you have this sense that people are often scared of the dragon because it's a dragon, and don't get close to it. They get scared off by its rumbling sounds from the cave. And it just needed a friend. And you quite like just resting by that fire, keeping out of the wind, looking out over the snow, the swaying trees, and just relaxing there with that friendly dragon. And then, as the day goes on, so the wind dies down, the pine trees become still, you can begin to see the stars coming out as night sets in. And then you notice, as the air is still, that there's a faint sound of the ocean in the distance. And you decide that you want to go and explore. You walk out of that cave. You take one of the sticks with the flame on the end with you, and the dragon comes along with you. And you crunch and crack your way through the snow in the direction of the ocean, in the direction of that sound. And then you find yourself on top of a cliff, looking down over a vast ocean, with large waves crashing on the shore below. You find your way down that cliff, and you stand on a large rock, gazing out to sea. And whatever the storm was that brought all the wind earlier, you're aware is still somewhere out there, out to sea, churning up these large waves that are heading into the shore. And you listen as they roll in, crash on the shore, crashing on the rocks, and then pull out from the shore before the next large waves crash in. And the dragon and yourself just sit there watching, and the sea spray puts out the torch you had with you, and just the moonlight is illuminating the sea as it rolls in and back out. And you begin to wonder what you can learn from this experience, and where this might be. And you notice that there's a certain echoey sound as some of those waves roll in, almost like somewhere around you there must be a cave on this seashore, probably carved by this crashing ocean over thousands of years. And you ask the dragon not really expecting the dragon to understand you, whether there is a cave around you, because you can't see it. And the dragon faces towards the cliffs, breathes out some fire, illuminating the base of the cliffs. And then you see what looks like a cave entrance just a little way away. The two of you head to that entrance. You head into the cave, and you find inside the cave some steps. You follow those steps up to a thick wooden door. And you open that wooden door. Closing it behind you. And then suddenly this area gets illuminated. And you realize that you're in a grand library. A library full of what smells like ancient books. You know you'd recognize that smell anywhere. And you begin to walk around that library. You take different books off the shelves and realize all the knowledge that they contain. And you wonder where this library came from, where all these books came from, how they got here. Whether there's anyone who still tends to this library. And as you explore through the library, you follow a spiral staircase up to the next level, and then up to a level above that. And then you look down, and you notice that there seems to be staircases and levels going way down, deep below you. And that there are probably millions of books here. And you notice glowing dots flying around, almost like they're flying from book to book. And you see some near you, so you head over towards them, curious what they are. And you see that they're fireflies, that somehow seem to be tending to these books, that there seem to be thousands of them in this library, flying between the books, freeing up any dust that might have settled, making sure that the books are in good condition. And also helping to direct people to books they're trying to find. That they'll fly and they'll illuminate a specific location so that you know where to head with so much choice. And you go and just take a few books off different shelves and look through the pages. And you notice some seem to be written in different languages. Some have images, others just words. You feel the texture of all the different pages, of all the books. And you wonder how long it would take to absorb all this knowledge. Whether it would even be possible in a lifetime. And then you notice something rising up the middle of the library, glowing, shining, almost pure white. almost pulsating. And then it ends up hovering just in front of you. And you see that it's somehow some kind of jellyfish-looking thing. That it seems to be moving within this library as if it's unaffected by gravity. That it almost has an appearance of being an apparition, and yet you can tell that it's solid. And it lowers itself down just below your feet and comes over to the side, and the dragon jumps onto it. And so you copy and you jump on. And the best way you can think of it is that it's like standing on marshmallow. As it starts to move and pulsate and rise up to the top. And then you climb off its back on the top floor, and you look down, and you can see that it seems to have tentacles stretching to each level. Seems to have tens of thousands, if not more, tentacles that touch the locations of all the books. And little bits of light seem to be pulsing up each tentacle. And then you feel this urge to reach out with your hand, touch the back of that jellyfish. And you touch the jellyfish, and instantly you notice some pulsating coming through your hand. And somehow you have this sense in your mind of knowledge passing into you, and of communication happening between you and that jellyfish. And it almost telepathically teaches you and shares with you that it connects with all the knowledge in all the books here. That this is like a physical form of a universal consciousness, that all the knowledge from all the universe gets stored here in books, and that this place isn't really real. It's a representation, that there is a location here, but this is a representation, a way of making it so that you can understand what's here. That as a human you can understand what a book is, you can understand it contains knowledge, and so this location can make sense to you. But it's really a location of higher consciousness. It's really a location where you connect almost with a universal consciousness, with all the knowledge in the universe. And that this jellyfish is the keeper of that knowledge. That they can connect with any of the knowledge with their tentacles. And that just by touching them, you can allow that to pass into you. And that you don't instantly have all the knowledge contained in all the books, but you have access to all that knowledge. You just have to know what questions to ask for the knowledge that you're going to get. And that to be able to maintain this state, you have to relax and focus. You have to let your shoulders slump, your breathing relax, your muscles relax. You need to be able to communicate relaxation through that hand. And so you do this. You allow your mind and body to relax. And that dragon just relaxes beside you, sat on the ground. Almost like just a supportive companion. And you let your eyes close. And you focus on bits of knowledge you would like to know. And you allow them to just begin to form in your mind. And you know that any time you visit this library, any time you rest your hand on that jellyfish, any time you let yourself relax into the experience, different knowledge can gently pass through you and seem to almost instinctively come up in your mind. As you absorb that and learn that from this library, from this universal consciousness, and you take some time to do that, relaxing and enjoying that now. And then after a while, you know it's time to leave this cave, to leave this library. You have this feeling it's time to go on a journey back with that dragon before heading back out of the experience. And you know you can find this place any time in the future. And so you head back out to the ocean, and the dragon and yourself head back up the cliffs and walk through the snow. Every now and then the dragon would breathe a breath of fire, illuminating the way home. You arrived at the cave, and the dragon heads into the cave, and you go and sit down with the dragon for a while. And the dragon breathes a bit more fire onto the fire that's beginning to go out. And you decide you're just going to rest here for a moment. Allow your eyes to close while you gently stroke the dragon's back just between its wings. Feeling the warmth of that dragon, the softness of its fur. As you close your eyes and allow yourself to just relax for a moment. And the next minute you realize that the sun's waking you up by shining on your face. And you open your eyes and look out of the cave, and you see this white rabbit just resting there, looking at you, twitching its nose. And once it notices that you've noticed it, the dragon seems to acknowledge that it's time for you to go. And you begin to follow that white rabbit, and it hops along through the snow. And it hops surprisingly fast, that it keeps having to stop and turn round and check you're still behind it. And then as you catch up, it hops along a bit further, because it knows how to get you back home. And then it hops to a tree, and it hops into a hole in the tree, and you don't think there's any chance of you fitting in the hole. but you reach out and touch the tree, and next minute you feel that you're back home. You can feel that book resting on your chest. You can hear that crackling fire. You can feel your comfortable chair. And you open your eyes resting there, and you can see the sandwich beside you. You close your book, and you decide that it's time to head to bed. You feel this sense like your mind needs to process the experience you've been on. You have this sense that it's more real than you perhaps realise at first, and that your mind needs to process that. And so you go to bed, you relax down, you pull the covers up, you feel so comfortable. And as you breathe comfortably and deeply, you gently drift asleep, knowing that you're integrating all the learning, all the insights from the experience, knowing you can replay some bits, revisit others, and perhaps find your way to have the experiences again in the future as you drift and float comfortably asleep. So as you take a moment to begin to relax and to close your eyes, you can listen to me telling this sleep meditation in the background. And I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to relax, you can just get a sense of resting on the porchway of a ranch. And it's a blazing hot summer's day. And you're resting in the shade on that porchway of that ranch. You can look out at a windmill on the outskirts of the property, and the way that windmill is turning in the breeze. And you can feel that breeze on your face here in the shade as you rest on that seat in the porchway of the ranch. And notice how bright it looks out there under that sunlight. And as you rest there gazing out, noticing the way dust blows around, as that wind blows across the ground, you can wonder about when it might next rain. And in these areas where it's dry and dusty, a lot of time can be spent wondering when the next rainfall will happen. And every day you get off the porch, you go and do some work. You go out on horses. You herd all the cattle from one place to another, keeping them moving around, across what little grass there is, traversing vast open spaces. You notice how flat all this land is. You ride out on the horse, with a hat on, keeping the sun from your face, feeling the warmth of that sun. And then at the end of every day, you go back to the ranch, you have something to eat, and you sit out on the porch, gazing out over the ranch, hearing that distant sound of the windmill, watching as the stars appear in the sky, as the sun sets, aware of how much the temperature drops as night sets in. Then one night you decide to make a trip out to the well. You've got a well on the outskirts of the land. And as you make that trip out to the well, so you take with you a UV torch. And while walking across your land, you wave your UV torch across the ground, and it illuminates various things, including scorpions, which glow so beautifully under that UV. And you can notice how much more beautiful they are when they're glowing. And you watch as they scurry away from you, moving out of your way. And as you walk out towards that well, carrying a bucket in one hand, you eat some walnuts that you've got with you, and just drop the cracked shells on the ground as you go. And you arrive at that stone well. You lower down the bucket into the well. Hear that bucket eventually hit the water with a splosh. And the bucket turns sideways in the water as that rope goes slack. And then you pull that bucket up, and you pour some water into some troughs for the cattle. And it takes you a while to fill all the troughs. And you then go and open a gate to let the cattle through. You hear them all stomping through that gate, heading to the troughs, drinking the water. You then go and get their food, and have troughs of food. And as they, one by one, decide they've drunk enough water, they go over to the food and start eating the food. And you just sit down on a bench, just watching for a while as they drink their drink and eat their food, just to make sure they're all okay. And you think to yourself that each time you come out here and you lower that bucket into the water in the well, it seems to have to lower even deeper. And you look forward to when it rains. And you know that if it was raining all the time, you would eventually look forward to it stopping raining. But when you get hardly any rain, you look forward to the rain. And after all the cattle has eaten and drunk, and they're just milling around, you then head back across your land, head all the way back to the ranch, go into the ranch and decide to have your dinner. You turn on the oven, make yourself some dough. You roll that dough out. You can smell that dough and feel that dough under your hands and under the rolling pin. Smoothing that out. You mix up a tomatoey paste. You smear that over the dough. You chop up various ingredients and leisurely sprinkle them across the top of that pizza. You top it off with some cheese. You place it in the oven, noticing your mouth beginning to water just at the smell of the uncooked pizza. And you know that that smell's only going to get more intense as the pizza cooks. And while the pizza's cooking, you mix up some cake mix, add in chocolate, and make yourself a chocolate cake to go in the oven as soon as the pizza's finished. And once the pizza finishes cooking, so you remove that from the oven, place the cake mix in the oven, you cut that pizza into slices, take it over to a table, and while the cake cooks in the background, so you sit down, begin to eat that pizza, smelling that smell of the pizza wafting into your nose. And while you eat the pizza, have those flavours of the pizza, really savouring the taste of that pizza. So you begin to notice the increasing smell of the cooking chocolate cake. And you finish what you're eating. And then an alarm on the oven sounds to let you know the cake is done. You remove it from the oven. And as you open the oven door, so the smell bursts free from the oven. You get some ice cream out of the freezer. You cut yourself a hot slice of cake. You place that hot slice of chocolate cake, that nice, soft, fluffy, almost gooey feeling chocolate cake, into a bowl. You place some scoops of ice cream in that bowl with it, noticing the way the ice cream is beginning to puddle in the bottom of the bowl as it starts to melt on contact with that chocolate cake. And you eat that ice cream and chocolate cake, not just enjoying the flavours of the cake and ice cream and the textures, but also enjoying the temperature difference, having the hot and cold in your mouth at the same time. And after eating that ice cream and chocolate cake, so you go and relax in your favourite chair. You pick up a good book, and you begin to read that book. And while reading that book, your eyes begin to want to close. you begin to feel tired. And from time to time your eyes close for a moment, and then a moment longer, until eventually your eyes close and you drift into a comfortable dream, completely unaware that that's what has just happened. And so as you drift into that comfortable dream, start to hear sounds around you, the morning sounds of birds. You open your eyes, you walk off that seat, you head out the front of your ranch, and something feels different. The land seems to have taken on a different quality in some way. And you don't realise straight away that you're dreaming. And you walk towards that well at the back of your ranch. You go and lower the bucket down in the well. The bucket splashes into the water. You pull that back up again and pour that water into a trough, and as you do so, you notice the strangest thing. You notice that the water in that bucket contains minnows, and you see them all swimming around in the trough. And you lower the bucket again, raise it back up again, and pour even more water, and realise that that also contains minnows. And you look down into the well, wondering what's going on, why there are all these fish down there. And then you notice dark clouds forming in the sky in the distance, and can see that there's a haze of rain falling from those clouds, almost greying out the view underneath the clouds. And you watch as that gets closer and closer. And those rain clouds pass over, and heavy rain pours where you are. And you can feel that rain running down your face, soaking through your clothes. And it's such a warm day that you feel like you've perhaps just been stood in a warm shower, fully clothed. And as that rain cloud passes, so the sun breaks through the clouds, and as it does, it illuminates the raindrops. And you notice the most beautiful rainbow, the most vivid rainbow, becoming clearer and clearer in the sky with every passing moment. And then that rainbow seems to touch onto that well, and out of the well you notice sparkling, and you don't know whether the silver sparkling dots coming out of the well is just raindrops being illuminated. But you feel a sense of awe and wonder at this sight. And as that rainbow continues passing by, it seems to touch the land beyond the well. And then off that rainbow and out of clouds, you notice a pure white unicorn galloping down that rainbow and landing on the ground at the foot of the rainbow in the fields. And despite the fields being soaking wet and muddy, it's as if that unicorn somehow repels that mud and repels all this water. It continues to look so pristine, and it walks over to you, its horn glinting in the sun, shining and sparkling, the unicorn almost glowing with how white it is, almost like it's emitting light. Pat the side of the unicorn's neck, and you rub its neck, feeling its warmth. And the unicorn lowers its head and seems to be beckoning you to climb on its back. And you climb onto the unicorn's back, and then a rainbow forms in front of it, and it starts trotting up that rainbow, quickly bursting into a canter and then a gallop, shooting off into the sky, galloping on a rainbow, going through those dark clouds. You can feel the wind on your face. You can feel yourself drying in the warm sun as you gaze down on your ranch, down on other land around here, other ranches. And then the unicorn heads off above the darkest cloud. And as it arrives above the darkest cloud, so you notice there's a pure white palace up here on this cloud. And the unicorn lands on the cloud, heads to the entrance of the palace, stops at the entrance. You nervously disembark, unsure whether it's possible to stand on clouds, but thinking a palace is standing on a cloud, so you're sure that somehow you must be able to. You get down and it's almost like walking on marshmallows. And you squidge your way to the front of that palace. You open those palace doors. You walk into the palace. Find yourself walking on marble, echoey floor. And you see a woman sat in a chair in this palace, and she calls you over, and she tells you that she's going to give you something that's going to help you and others. But you need to believe in what she gives you. And you think to yourself that everything up to this point has been strange, so whatever it is can't be stranger. And she holds out her hand and shows that she's got a broken walnut shell, and you recognize it as probably the walnut shell from the walnut that you broke, eating the walnut, dropping the shell. She closes her hand around that shell, opens her hand, and the walnut is repaired. She then closes her hand again around that walnut shell, opens her hand again, and now that walnut shell looks like solid gold. And she tells you to drop that into the well. And then to use the water from the well to drink for yourself, for others, to water the ground, give water to the animals. And that you've got to believe and trust. And so you take that golden walnut, you head out of the palace, you go back to the unicorn, which takes you off the cloud, following a rainbow all the way back down to your ranch. You climb off of that unicorn, and you reluctantly drop that golden walnut into the well. And as you do, you notice the water down there sparkle and fizz and pop. You notice what looks like sprays of rainbow and light coming out of that well. You can feel the mist of water on your face. And then it all settles down, calms down, and looks normal again. And you get some of that water, and as you place it in the trough, some of it spills onto the ground. And as it spills onto the ground, almost instantaneously, the most beautiful green grass is suddenly there, almost like the children's painting books, where you put water on a paintbrush, you run that wet paintbrush across the paper in the painting book, and colours magically appear. And instantly, grass appeared, and everything looked so fertile, and you got some more water, and you poured it onto the ground, and even more grass appeared. And then you got some more water and did the same again, and had the same result. And then you drunk a little bit of that water. You know this is just spring water that's filtered through the rocks for thousands of years. And you know it's fine to drink and have drunk it many times before. But this time, suddenly, you feel this sensation of healing happening throughout your mind and body. And just then you begin to find yourself waking in that chair with the book resting on your chest. And you feel a certain sense of disappointment that it was just a dream. And it felt so real that you decide to go outside. And you head outside, you head over to the well. And you just feel this compulsion to get some water and just double check for yourself. And as the water splashes on the ground, so somehow magically, it makes grass grow instantly. to a nice lush fertile length. And you realise that what happened in your dream has somehow been connected with reality, that somehow it's made this well into some kind of a magic well that seems to be able to bring life, healing and well-being to all that it touches. And then despite there not seeming to be a cloud in the sky, and no sun in the sky, and it's night time, you notice a rainbow form arching in the distance and then disappearing, almost giving you a sign that what happened inside the dream was more than just a dream, and you knew that now this well was going to be able to be used to begin to make all the land more fertile, was going to be able to be used to bring life to this dry and barren land, making life easier. And you head back inside, and you go to bed, and you drift and float, comfortably asleep, wondering about the magic of water and its life-giving properties, and about this experience, and how what goes on in the dreams was connected with the reality. And you drift and float comfortably and relaxed asleep. So as you listen to me and begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And as I tell this sleep meditation in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my words or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can find yourself walking through an art gallery. And as you walk through this art gallery, so you notice that echoing sound of each footstep on the stone floor. You notice the murmur of others walking around in the art gallery, and hearing the footsteps of others, and notice the calmness of the environment. And you notice the way that people are stopping, taking time to look at the pictures, taking the time to look at statues. There's a real slow pace to being in this art gallery. And you find a stone bench. You sit down on that stone bench, gazing at a large wall-sized piece of art on the other side of the room. And as you gaze at that large piece of art, so you start to wonder about what the artist was thinking as they painted it. And you imagine in your mind's eye the artist looking so small against that giant canvas as they paint that painting. You have a sense of them painting that painting.
And as you watch that painting, so your focus begins to narrow more on the artwork. Your awareness of the rest of the art gallery begins to fade, and all your focus is just on that painting. And you notice as you watch that painting how the colours begin to swirl and move, and you almost feel drawn into that painting, feeling like somehow your consciousness is drawn out of yourself sat on that stone bench, across that room, into that painting. And you find yourself appearing in the painting. And as you explore that painting, so you find your way through what's almost like a secret door, and the other side of that door, you notice you're standing at the top of rolling hills that lead down to a cliff that overlooks the ocean. And you walk down those hills towards that cliff edge, walking through that grass, noticing the way the grass moves in waves as the wind blows a breeze. And as you walk towards the edge of the cliff, keeping a good distance back but getting nearer to the edge, you notice the colour of the sea. You notice the colour of the sky. You notice the way the clouds are just drifting and moving across the sky. And you can see some boats on the horizon. And as you look down, you can see the way the waves are crashing and breaking on the shore. And in the background you can hear that water as it crashes on the shore. And you can feel a sense of peace up here on the cliff. And you follow a footpath made from thousands of years of people walking along this cliff top. You follow that footpath, heading down that cliff, down along those hills, to a path that leads down to the shoreline. And the closer you get to the sea, the louder that crashing water sounds. And as you get closer, so you notice the salty spray in the air, tasting and smelling that salty spray. And you walk along the uneven stones and rocks down on the seashore, noticing how some areas those rocks slide and are loose under your feet. And that crunching sound as you walk along the seashore. And then you notice that there's a cave into the cliff. And you walk into that cave, and the water flows into the cave as well. And so as you walk into the cave, you notice how the waves that crash and flow into the cave echo and change sound. There's a certain texture to the sound that's different in the cave to outside the cave. And you walk along a ledge inside this cave, watching below you as that water flows in and runs in from the sea, and then draws back out again as the ocean pulls back. And then you hear in the distance, deep in the cave, what sounds almost like a steam train And you continue walking deeper into that cave, and that sound like a steam train gets louder and louder. And you notice that there seems to be a railway track deep inside this cave, and a platform. And you decide, with curiosity, to board that train. And you use the handle to open the door. The door has a clunk-clunk feel as you close it behind you. And the door has a small window in it that you pull down, letting some fresh air into the train. And you sit down on the seat in the train, noticing you're sitting in your own private little cabin, and that on the left side of you is a sliding cabin door that leads out into a narrow corridor, barely wide enough to fit a person walking down it. And in the windows you notice curtains, and there's a shelf above your seat and above the seat opposite. And then you notice the train jolt, and hear the sound of the wheels beginning to move as that train starts to move. And as the train starts to move, so it has a familiar and regular rhythm and sound. As the steam train at the front drags the carriages along through the cave, following that track. And you don't know where this train's going to go. And as that train goes, so out of all the windows, it looks like you're in a tunnel. You can't really see anything either side of you, just the faintest of glows coming from somewhere off in front of you. Perhaps the glow from the steam train at the front, maybe the glow from the lights in the windows in the cabins, and perhaps even a slight bit of light getting in from the exit from this tunnel. And although you can't see it looking out the window, you can tell that the train is beginning to speed up, that the rhythm of the sound the train makes is speeding up, that as it started it was and now it's much faster as that steam train continues through this cliff face, through this tunnel, before eventually you can notice that the train is coming out into daylight. But surprisingly, as this train comes out into daylight, something seems unusual, because as it comes out into daylight, so to the left of the train, you notice tall, snow-capped mountains. You can see the most beautiful, lush greens, trees, grass, animals grazing, a warm sun beating down on this area. You don't know where this area is, where you were, where you've come from. But you know that where you were definitely didn't look like it had an area like this near it. And the train continued to accelerate around a mountainous area, looking down over valleys and meadows, vast areas of woodland, with the warmth of the sun shining in the train. And eventually that train, heading around the mountains, passed into another tunnel. Then after a while that train came out of that tunnel. And now the train was powering its way through what seemed like a dense pine forest. And then in this pine forest the train eventually pulls into a halt at a station. And you don't know where this is or how all these areas are connected. Because it seems to be that you pass into a tunnel, and then you come out in an area that's nothing like the area you were in before. And yet you didn't see it coming. And as that train pulls into the station, so you hear someone saying that this is the final destination and everyone's to disembark. And you leave that train, and you follow the route from the station heading down into the forest. And as you walk deeper into the forest, so you can hear the most beautiful bird sounds, with no hint of sounds from humans, no sound of the train, no other sounds, just the birds and the gentle movement of the trees. And in silence you gently walk through that forest, heading deeper and deeper into the forest, and with so much silence other than nature, you begin to feel a sense of bliss, of peace and harmony and connection with this world around you. And as well as seeing the occasional dancing shards of light as the sun breaks through the canopy, breaking through the trees, you also notice little glowing balls of light. And you can see through those glowing balls, almost like they're just coloured patches of light passing around your field of view. And these balls of light seem to be quite distant and seem to be on the route you're taking. So you continue to head deeper and deeper into the forest, curious about those distant lights. And then you start to hear the sound of a stream somewhere in the distance. And you walk towards that sound and notice as you arrive at the stream that some of the lights are floating above the stream. And you watch that stream and relax. And you decide to sit down next to the stream. And so you sit down on the ground, listening to that stream flow past, letting your fingertips touch the water, enjoying being present, an almost blissful feeling here, relaxing in this woodland, feeling like you're alone here, just you and nature. And you notice the way that those lights seem to be dancing up and down that stream, You don't know quite what they are. But they don't just seem like random dust particles. And as you watch those random lights, so you notice a larger light rising up out of the stream. And as it rises up out of the stream, so it then opens, almost like it was a capsule. And inside that capsule is a fairy, and that fairy flies out of the capsule. It comes over to you, rests down in front of you, and the fairy begins to talk to you, telling you about this being a magic land. A land to bring peace and comfort to those who visit, but also a land to leave behind any troubles, any worries, any negativity, so that when you travel back through that picture and find yourself back in the art gallery, everything you want to leave behind is left here. And then over time, everything left here begins to fade away. And the less attention that's paid to something, the faster it fades. And this fairy shares this wisdom. And then you notice that the other lights have begun to turn into fairies as well. And then all those fairies fly off, leaving you relaxing by that stream. And as the moon rises in the sky, so the sky turns dark. And as the sky turns dark, so you can notice in the slither of sky you can see above the stream, the stars arching overhead, the moon up there in the sky. And the moon is illuminating that stream, giving it an almost ethereal feel, making the water sparkle and twinkle. And the more you sit and relax here, the more you can hear that water and have a sense of being present and in the moment. And as night time sets in and progresses, so you rest yourself back against a tree. You close your eyes and you drift and float comfortably asleep. And as you drift and float comfortably asleep, so your mind wanders deeper into a dream world. And in this deeper dream world, you notice yourself looking over a vast valley, almost like you're seeing another location in the world you've fallen asleep in, as if mentally you've somehow followed this stream to its next destination, and you see a valley full of life, birds in the sky, animals grazing, a lot of greens and colours, and you know that This is helping to teach you to relax, to gain inner focus and wisdom, and to be present, and to treat each present as a present, being in the moment. And then, as you feel the slightest speckles of sun reaching your face, you're awakened by that stream. You notice its beauty in daylight, and the way sunlight catches the mist above the water, the morning sounds of birds, the low mist through the woodland, through the trees. And you head back the way you came, finding that train. And the train seems to have turned around, ready for your return journey. And so you board that train. You follow that train back to where you started. You climb up the cliff. You gaze out, looking at the ocean, thinking about the journey you've just had, thinking about the learnings you've had, wondering whether you'll forget the experience when you pass back into the art gallery, or not. And you pass back into the art gallery, having a sense of drifting and floating through space and time, into the you sat in the art gallery, becoming more aware of the sounds of footsteps of people walking in the gallery, and other sounds in the gallery. And then you stand up in that art gallery, and with your echoey footsteps you walk through the art gallery, occasionally walking on rugs placed in the gallery, noticing the way that suddenly, instantly, dulls the sound of those footsteps. And you find your way out of that art gallery. You head home. Once home, once at bedtime. You relax down, and as you drift and float asleep, so you find yourself easily and effortlessly drifting asleep, dreaming of your experiences, of the art gallery, of exploring the art gallery, of finding yourself in the painting, and your experiences exploring that world within the painting. And your body relaxes and becomes very still. And your mind begins to relax, focusing on what you gain as you drift deeper and more comfortably asleep. Drifting deeper and comfortably asleep, sleeping well all night long. So as you listen to me and begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know if you're going to fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this healing sleep meditation in the background. And you find yourself sitting in a meadow, and you're looking over the most beautiful landscape. You can see undulating hills, pockets of woodland, a wide and winding river, the sun glistening off the water of the river down there, fields with crops in, fields with sheep, with cows, A distant village, with the church steeple standing tall among the trees. And you're sitting here in this meadow on this hillside, with an easel in front of you, just painting a picture of that view. And as you paint that picture, so you're moving your gaze from aspects of the view to the canvas in front of you, selecting the colours, mixing the colours, applying the paint to that canvas, feeling the way the paintbrush moves on the canvas, and the way that paint feels to be applied. And you can notice the birds in the sky. And you can notice the way the clouds are just so gently moving across the sky. And the way the grass changes from darker to lighter in waves as the breeze blows across the hills. And noticing the way the shadows of the clouds move across the landscape. And as you gaze out at that landscape and continue that painting, almost becoming mesmerized by the process, you see someone just ambling along. And they're walking up the hillside, taking in the scenery. And eventually they arrive where you are. And they say that it'd be nice for you to take a break from your painting and to go for a little walk, and it might help to add more depth to the painting, to walk down and explore some of that landscape that you're painting. And so together you both walk down the hillside, walking through that meadow, finding your way down to the river. And at the river, the person who you're with says that they've got a little rowing boat here that you can use together to just row to the village. And so you both get into that rowboat. You push off from the side and gently row towards the village. And as you row towards the village, hearing the splashing and the pushing and the movement of the oars in the water, smelling the fresh air of the water, seeing fish swimming around in the water, and the surface of the water and how the movement of the surface of the water distorts the view through the water, and the way the light is reflecting on the surface of the water, taking in the fine details that will help you to have a better understanding of the depth of the image you're painting, and to know which bits of the painting you'd like to enhance and focus on. And down here, as you row around the river, you can hear the sound of the rustling leaves of the trees as the wind blows a breeze. You can feel that cool breeze on your cheeks, and the movement of that boat, the way it glides in short bursts along the river with each row of the oars, noticing the reeds at the side of the river gently swaying and rustling as the wake of the boat nudges them on the shore. And you follow this river all the way round to the village. And you pull that boat in by a small jetty, tie the boat to that jetty, climb out onto the shore, and you walk up onto the shore, and the two of you start the walk across a little green area to a footpath. And as you walk towards the footpath, so you notice the sharp shadows of the midday sun and the high contrast, and the way that everything looks so overexposed that's caught in the sunlight. And you look back the way you came. You can see your easel up there, and that chair up there, where you were sitting, almost like the tiniest dot on the landscape. And the tree line behind where you were sitting. And you follow that footpath into this village, and are surprised at how quiet this village is, with the most beautifully manicured gardens and houses, everything looking so well looked after, and a couple of tiny shops and a pub, and an inviting pub garden. And you sit in the pub garden while your companion on this journey goes and gets you some drinks, and you enjoy a relaxing couple of hours in the pub garden, just relaxing in the sun with good conversation. A slight murmur from the couple of other people in the garden, just noticing the way the bees and butterflies and other insects interact with the plants in the garden, hearing the sound of a robin in a nearby tree and other birds singing in trees, and a robin jumping down on the ground near you, hopping its way along towards you, moving its head around, looking as it moves closer. And you watch as that hops almost to your foot, and then continues and hops away in different directions, and seems to be hopping around with purpose, before launching back up onto a fence and then up into a tree. And then a pub lunch arrives, gets placed in front of you, the sound of the cutlery being placed on the table, the sound of the plates being placed on the table, that heavy sound of crockery on solid wood. As you both continue your conversation, eating your food, the sound of cutting the food, the knife, tapping the crockery, the fork gently tapping the crockery, and how those sounds sound differently while you're eating. And you can smell that food, smell the pleasant smell of your meal, the pleasant smell of your companion's meal. And you both find that the conversation dies off a little while you're both so focused on consuming the food. And after you've eaten and had another drink to quench your thirst, you both leave the pub and continue your journey into the village. And you head to the church. You notice that it's just such a small and beautiful church, with a beautifully kept graveyard around the church. And you follow the path up to the church door. And there's a large metal latch to open the door. And so you open that door with the most beautiful sound, and slide that door open, feeling the weight and the solidity of that heavy wooden door in the arched door frame. And you walk into that church instantly, feeling a sense of the atmosphere, feeling a change in the temperature, the way the light changes, the way the sun shines through the stained glass windows, illuminating the ground with multiple colours, the pictures on those stained glass windows, depicting different religious scenes. And you close the door behind you, hearing that echo of the heavy door closing as it reverberates around the inside of the church. The smell of the old church, almost like the smell of old books and old wood. And each footstep you take rings and echoes through the church, almost as if the church was unintentionally designed to make sounds sound good, and to make sounds have a certain hypnotic quality to them. And you walk over to the pipe organ. You turn that pipe organ on. You sit on that old seat that looks like it sat there for hundreds of years. And you push your feet onto the pedals, making deep, booming sounds that reverberate around the church. And then you gently play some relaxing music, something sounding a bit classical on the keyboard, hearing the way those long extended notes and chords seem to pass around the inside of the church, seem to be enhanced by the pipes, by the echo around the church, and seem to almost pass inside you, as if somehow the frequency of these notes is reverberating and vibrating through your body, almost absorbing you in the experience, almost as if you're part of the organ. And you find that your eyes gently close while you play, as if that sound reverberating through your body is deepening you and comforting you and centering you on being in the present, on being in the moment. And after you've played for a while, you turn the organ off, you go and stand at the head of the church, looking down into the church, admiring the beauty of the architecture, the hard work that went into building this structure. And then you hear the church bells ringing, which you know now are automated to ring every hour. Those church bells ring above you, high up in the steeple. And you hear the pattern of that ringing. And while those bells are still ringing, so you leave the church, walk through the graveyard back out to the street. And you follow that street along until you see another old building. You notice the date on the front of that old building as being built in the 1700s, and you walk into the small doorway and notice how low the ceilings are in this room. And you're inside the village library, and the sounds in here seem so muted, which is even more evident given you've just been in the church. And everyone's talking with a whisper, and each footstep sounds like a dull thud. And you've got the smell of old books. And then in other areas in the library you notice the smell of newer books. And then you find some really old bookcases with glass doors. And you open the doors and smell the very old books in those bookcases. And you notice how differently they're bound to the more modern books. How the paper in these books feels different. The writing is different. And you look through a couple of those old books. Through books about the history of the area. Through books telling you who lived here. Different roles people have played over the years. And then you put those books back. And you feel that this is all contributing to how you'll portray and add in something extra to your painting, so that the painting is more than just the sum of its parts. So that the painting is enhanced to tell the story of what's in the painting, to communicate more than just painting a realistic looking replica of the scene. And as you continue through the village, so this road arcs around, joining back to where the river is. And then it heads down with one part of the road going over a bridge, over the river, another part becoming a track that follows the edge of the river. And down that track you see some people being taught how to make clay pots And they're on the riverbank, with potter's wheels, being instructed how to shape that clay with their hands. And you get asked if you want to have a go. And so you sit down, you wet your hands in some warm water, you start pumping the wheel with your foot. You place a lump of clay in front of you. You splash a bit of water around the clay, but not too much. And you start to shape that clay with your hands either side, gradually shaping that clay, evening it out, and then moving your thumbs over the top of the clay, and almost just using the weight of your thumbs, letting those thumbs push down into the clay. And as the clay is spinning, so that begins to hollow out the inside and build up the outside. And you find this almost hypnotic, absorbed watching that spinning wheel, watching the spinning, developing clay pot, getting a bit more water on your hands, onto the clay, not too much, but just enough to allow your hands to glide around the clay. And then taking a small knife-like item and keeping it spinning, just cutting little areas where it ends up scraping off bits of clay and cutting into bits of clay, adding a bit of detail that's symmetrical around the pot. And then after a while, you let the wheel come to a stop. You gaze at your clay pot you've made. You remove it from the wheel, and they say that they'll turn that pot into something you can take away with you. But it'll take a while, so perhaps you'd like to go away and come back in a bit. And you're aware that it's now getting well into the afternoon. And you'd like to get back to finish your painting before it starts to go dark. So you're told it won't take too long, just a couple of hours. So you go away and continue exploring down this road. And as you explore, so you come off the path, continue following the river for a bit, and you and your companion head slightly into the woods. And then you notice what looks like a small hole in the ground near a tree. And there are some signs near that hole saying to be careful, that there's a hole there. And you walk over to the hole and look into the hole and shine a torch into the hole. And you see that it's a cave. And so the companion and yourself discuss going and exploring that cave just for a little bit. And so you lower down into the hole. You have to crouch slightly as you walk through this cave, shining your torch around. And you explore inside this cave. And then it opens up into a slightly larger chamber. And in this chamber, you notice paintings on the walls You notice what looks like someone has printed an image of their hands on the walls, as if they've put their hands on the wall and sprayed paint out their mouth over the back of their hand to leave a handprint on the wall, and paintings of different wild animals, animals that you definitely know don't exist nowadays. And then, after admiring that there were people here living here thousands of years ago who obviously did this work, you think to yourself about how they were painting thousands of years ago, trying to capture the essence of this area and their place within this area. And now you plan to do that as well, but on canvas. And after a while exploring, the two of you leave the cave. You head back along the riverbank. You pick up the bowl you've made, and you say that you'll glaze it yourself later and add in decoration, and then perhaps work on it further. And the two of you head back to the boat. You row back to where you started. You head up to the painting. You say goodbye to the person that was your companion for your journey out. They head off back where they came. And you know now how you want to paint this scene, what bits you want to emphasize and how. And now the sun is gradually beginning to set, fast approaching the time of day with the most beautiful lighting. And you've been painting, leaving the lighting till last, so that you can see what everything looks like just as the lighting reaches its optimal point. And you know that you want to emphasize elements of that village, to emphasize what makes this landscape so unique and such a wonderful place, and makes it so that it's not an exact replication of what you can see, because for that you could just take a photo. But it's your interpretation, your feelings of what it's like to be here, of how friendly people are, how in the moment everything seems to be. And so, just as the sun reaches the right point in the sky, and the light becomes perfect, so you capture some of that. And you paint what it feels like to be here. You paint the atmosphere into that painting. You create a work of art that stimulates a sense of wonder, of awe, that stimulates that sense of curiosity that draws people in to discovering little bits in that artwork, to making people want to look closely and to notice something different in it every time they look at it. And once you know you're happy with that painting, you pack your things up, you travel home, and thinking about the relaxing, pleasant day you've had out in that village. You go to bed and drift and float comfortably asleep, sleeping well all night, knowing you're going to wake refreshed, relaxed, and revitalized. So as you take a moment to close your eyes and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this guided sleep meditation in the background. In this meditation, about a woman meditating in front of a campfire. And as she sits there, keeping herself still, keeping her back straight, just focusing on the sounds of that crackling campfire, noticing the flickering of the flame of the campfire through her eyelids, hearing the sounds in the background of birds in trees, the distant sound of the water in the lake lapping gently on the shore, feeling the breeze on her face, feeling the warmth from the fire, and relaxing deeper and more comfortably into the meditation. And she focuses on being present, being in the moment, being still. And as she does so, she begins to have this sense that she's floating and drifting out of her body. And she has a sense of floating, drifting above where she's resting, meditating in front of that campfire. And she finds herself looking down upon herself. And she can see herself sat there, see the way she's breathing in and out. She can see the flickering flame of the campfire. And as she rises up further, so she can notice the grass around that her sat down there. She can notice the tent behind that her sat down there. And as she continues to rise up, so she notices the full extent of the clearing that she sat meditating in. She notices the forest beyond the clearing. And she can notice the movement of the trees in the breeze. And she continues to rise up as she relaxes deeper in that meditation. And she holds her focus, helping her to rise up higher in the sky and to relax deeper into the meditation. And she can notice almost like just the finest golden threads connecting her with her body down there. And she has this feeling of being cooled, almost like there's somebody somewhere reaching out for her. And so she focuses on that sensation, on that feeling. And as she does so, she begins to notice almost like a purple thread appearing in front of her, stretching off up into space. And she focuses on that purple thread and while she focuses on that purple thread, so it becomes more vivid. And she starts to follow that thread. And then she reaches down and gently places her hand where that thread is. And it's almost like a thread of energy, rather than a thread of an actual object. And as she reaches for that thread, and her hand touches that thread, so she instantly seems to be transported from where she is to a new location. And she doesn't know where this location is. She finds herself stood at the top of enormous sand dunes. And she notices herself as being a physical being again. And she walks around on top of these sand dunes, feeling the warmth from the sun in the sky. And she sees someone on the sand dunes, sitting cross-legged, meditating. And she walks over to that meditating person. And as she approaches them, they tell her that they were expecting her. And they open their eyes and they stand up. They tell her that they needed her help, that they've been meditating for an incredibly long time, waiting for somebody to figure out how to separate from their reality and to access a timeless dimension of reality. A dimension of reality that allows a moment to be just a moment or to last for an eternity. And this person explains that they needed somebody who had the right attitude, the right approach to reality, to help them to access something a little way from these dunes. And the woman asks what it is. And this person explains that they're on a different planet, that she's no longer on Earth. She's on a planet many light years from Earth. And that at night time they can point out where the Earth's sun is, so that she can get an idea of where she is in relationship to her home planet. But for now, all she has to know is that by touching that thread of light, while she was just energy floating outside of her body, separate from her physical reality, she was able to use it almost like a highway that instantaneously transports you to the other end of that thread. And that thread wasn't a thread until she was about to touch it. That they've been sat here meditating, almost like passing out a ball of energy in all directions, or a ball of consciousness that's been reaching out to touch anyone who has the ability to connect with it. And it isn't really a ball of energy, it's more a ball of possibility. A ball of quantum possibilities. Where as soon as one part of that ball reaches what is being searched for, a route between them there meditating and that person becomes the only path. And they explain it like light is just a wave spreading out in all directions with many possibilities. But as soon as there's a way of measuring a particle, that light has a fixed position and becomes a particle. And that's what's happened here. That there was an infinite number of paths to take, but as soon as one found the destination, that path became the only path. And they travelled along that path instantaneously to here. And now they can help to find a fountain of youth that's in some old ruins. And this fountain of youth isn't quite what it seems or sounds like, but it can only be accessed by two like-minded people with different frequencies of energy, accessing their energy while near the fountain. And the woman wondered how they get to these ruins. And the person said that you have to travel down the sand dunes. That at the foot of the sand dunes you have to go on a long trek. And then eventually you'll arrive at the destination. And the woman wondered how to get down those sand dunes. And then this person gave them what looked like skis and said this is the quickest and easiest way down. And she attached them to her feet. And they attached similar to their feet. And then they launched themselves down the side of the sand dunes. And the woman was reminded of skiing holidays in the Alps. But she had never skied on sand. And the two of them weaved and turned and navigated their way down the dune. And she found this exhilarating and wondered if people on Earth ski down sand dunes. And as they skidded to a halt at the base of the sand dune, they took the skis off and continued the journey on foot. And the sunlight overhead felt dazzling. It was so incredibly bright. And although it wasn't quite as hot as she imagined a desert being, it was still very hot. And after a long walk, well away from those steep sand dunes, she could notice that there was just the subtlest sign of buildings poking up through the sand. Large stone walls and stone blocks. And they arrived at those ruins and explored around the ruins. And she ran her hand around some of the stone, feeling how smooth the chiselled stone was, and noticing other stone that appeared to have been weathered from rain, and she wondered whether it ever really did rain here. Another stone appeared to be weathered from extensive flowing water, and she realised that some of these ruins were ancient and other ruins were very old, but not so old as those ancient ruins, and that the ancient ruins must have been built in a time when this area was fertile, when there was perhaps frequent flooding, and then towards the end of that period, perhaps a few thousand years later, they were building these buildings still. But there was far less water around, and with so little water around, she wondered how they would find a fountain of youth. And the two of them found their way around the ruins and found an entrance into what looked like a ruined temple. They had to dig out some of the loose sand to uncover the entrance enough to squeeze in. They squeezed in through that entrance. And the first thing the woman noticed once she was in the entrance was how different it feels to be in here, out of the wind, out of the heat of the sun, not having sand blown in your face. And how much quieter it was, that even though it wasn't particularly noisy out in the desert, you had the sound of the wind rushing past your ears. You had the sound of sand moving on sand. And now in here, there was just the slightest rumble from the air blowing in. But you couldn't really feel that air. And then there was an echo to each footstep that was taken. And they were surprised to find that as soon as they entered the corridor, torches illuminated the way forward, as if somehow there was a way of this temple recognizing that people were here, and they could notice light dancing on the walls as they followed the passageways through to the main part of the temple. And the passageways opened out into a vast chamber, and in the middle of this chamber was a circular pool of water, and in the middle of that pool of water was a small fountain just bubbling up at the centre. And the woman wondered what it was that she was supposed to do. This person had described this as the fountain of youth, and that it took two of them to be able to activate it and to make use of it. And they both held one hand of each other, and with their other hand they rested it in two symbols that were on the edge of the fountain, and just where these two symbols were meant that their hands were just inside the water, and out of the person's hand emanated a purple light, beginning to illuminate that water. And out of the woman's hand came a golden light, also illuminating the water, and the gold and the purple mixed together in the water, glowing, dancing with each other, with that light glowing and dancing, and the woman was transfixed on the sight of the dancing light in the water. As the fountain began to rise a bit higher, with glowing purple and gold water spraying up and splashing into that pool, and then beginning to form a mist, and out of that mist formed what seemed like the shape of a person, and they seemed to have an almost ethereal look to them. And it looked almost like they were made out of mist, and they were white, the most beautiful and pure white. They had wings, and they were floating just above that fountain of youth. And they began to talk to the two people. They began to explain that there are many worlds, and across those many worlds, humans have been dotted around to see how they'll develop under different circumstances, and that with time humans will evolve in different planets to begin to seek out new life, new civilizations, and when they do, they'll discover that many of those civilizations look very similar to each other, that life had been seeded throughout the galaxy, and that this fountain of youth is actually a portal that connects worlds, that there's a fountain just like it on every single planet, just waiting to be found, and each fountain connects each world to each other world through the water, but to activate it requires two enlightened beings to come together as one, to work together, to turn on these portals across worlds that are like a superhighway that allows you to traverse all of the inhabited planets in the galaxy. And that now the two of you have come together and turned the system on. Any of these fountains can be used to travel to any of the other fountains. And they explain that there's a catch, that you can't just travel there physically, that you have to travel through the energy within the water, that there's a network similar to the process that brought the two of you together, and that it's only by meditating, by being able to separate yourself out from your physical being, that you can then traverse that water fountain network, and that now there's at least two of you that know how to do that. And you can go away and teach others to be able to be still, to be able to rise up from your body and hold that way of being, to be able to float through space and time, to find the fountains, to traverse the habitable planets. And this is why these are the fountains of youth, because they're timeless. They transcend all time, and they help you to recapture an old way of being. And these fountains of youth are portals between worlds. As you travel like this, you don't age. You can take on physical forms. You can interact with others who are doing the same as you. And while you're doing all that, time where you set off from stops and only continues again when you arrive back in your own body. And you can find the fountains by focusing your attention on them. And that now they're all turned on. They'll work in a similar way to how the two of you connected. That there'll be a constant pulse of energy released from each fountain. And when you focus on a fountain, a connection will be formed between you and that fountain. And then you can pass through the fountain. And as you pass through the fountain, so you can discover new worlds. And that in a moment you can give that a go. To explore how to navigate the fountains. And as quickly as this being appeared, they turned back almost into water droplets, falling back down into the fountain. And the woman and the other person both focused on traversing this fountain network. And as they did, they felt like they were being spiraled into the fountain. And then within that fountain, it was as if they were in space, as if they could look around and see hundreds and hundreds of planets surrounding them. And they could notice that each planet was in a system and had its own star. And they could then choose, they could look at a planet and choose to visit. And just by looking at the planet and thinking about visiting, they found themselves springing out of a fountain on that planet. And they decided at first to explore the same planet each, to go together, and they sprung out of a fountain on a planet, finding themselves on an island surrounded by ocean. They noticed that it was night time here. They could see the most beautiful blanket of stars stretched across the sky. They could hear that ocean gently lapping on the shore. And they noticed as that ocean gently lapped on the shore that the edge of the ocean was glowing. And they decided to go for a swim in that water. The evening felt so warm, and the water felt so warm, and they walked into that water and dived down under the water and realized that as they are now, although they take on physical bodies to interact with the world around them, they're not physical bodies as they usually know them to be. These physical bodies are just illusory shells, and they're able to swim underwater, no need to breathe, no need to try and hold their breath, because the physical body is really just an illusion. And they watch as large whale-like creatures gracefully swim past, shoals of fish, they can see the way the waves are passing overhead, illuminated by the moons in the sky. They can notice how slow and peaceful everything seems here underwater, and the beauty of this dive before they swim up to the surface and leave that water and fly up above the island, above that water, to get a perspective of this world. And they head back to the fountain, pass through the fountain again, choose another world, where they exit a fountain, and they see some children playing in a small village, and children laughing on a nice, warm, sunny day. And they watch as those children play. They can hear some dogs barking and notice some children a little way off playing fetch with the dogs. They see some of the adults working, carrying things from place to place. They notice a market with people selling fruit and veg and meats and different items of clothing and various other items in the market. And then they head back to the fountain. They wonder how they know which of all the planets is their own to find their way back to where they came. And as they wonder this, so they notice a glow around their planets. The woman notices that there's a slight golden glow around the planet she started on, around Earth. And the other person notices a slight purple glow around the planet that they were on. And the two of them head to the purple planet and come back out of that fountain, head out of the ruins, and they talk about their experience. And this person says that they come from a nearby village. And they come out here every day to meditate in the desert. And the woman explains that where she comes from, she makes a long journey out into a forest, to a clearing in the forest by a lake, and that she finds that the perfect spot to meditate. And they're aware that they can actually meditate anywhere. And they learn about how to do this meditation again in the future. And the woman says that she's going to head back to her planet now. And as she focuses on that, so that golden thread moves her back to floating above her body on her planet. She gently lowers down into her body, moves around a little, has a sense of being grounded, a feeling of being at one with the world around her, knowledge of her experience, curiosity about where she'll go in the future, and about all those different portals. And she heads home, and that night she relaxes and drifts asleep, comfortably and deeply, while thinking about her experiences, and about the adventures she'll go on. And she plans on teaching more people how to be able to do the same as she does, to raise up their consciousness, to be able to traverse space and time.
And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you relax deeper to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background. And you find yourself sitting in a library. And it's a calm and quiet library. And you can look around the library and notice there's very few people in here. And you've got that smell of old books around you. And as you look down, you can notice a really old typewriter. And you can see a stack of paper beside you, of a book you've already begun writing, and you're part way through this story. And you know that you can write faster, but you find that your fingers fall into a nice measured calm typing pattern. Not typing too fast, not typing too slow. Just a relaxed rate of typing. And the feeling of the weight of each letter under your fingers. The sound of the letter striking the paper. The sound of that paper slowly moving along and then winding up slightly and then pushing it back to type the next line.
and typing in such a way that inside your mind you begin to drift into a reverie. You begin to drift into the story that you're typing. But while your fingers are typing in the library, the story is playing out in your mind. And at the calm and comfortable rate that you're typing, the library begins to fade away, and the inner reality begins to come forward in your mind, and the fingers just carry on automatically. And initially there's a sense of your inner dialogue telling the story, and that gradually shifts from being inner dialogue to the inner dialogue stopping, and the story just playing out, and the sounds of that story playing out. And you find yourself as a character walking along a beach on a summer's day, hearing the sounds on that beach, feeling each footstep that you take, feeling the breeze on your face, the warmth of the sun, noticing an amusement park on a pier in the distance, and just very vaguely hearing the amusement park sounds, and the sound of the waves rolling in on the shore. And you walk towards that amusement park, and you notice how few people are on the beach as you walk along that seashore. And the closer you get to the amusement park, the louder the amusements sound. And as you near the pier, so you walk up the bank beside the beach and round onto that pier, and notice the way each footstep sounds different. As you walk onto the wooden slats of the pier, and as that pier extends over the sea, you can hear that sea rolling in underneath your feet, and then rolling back out again. You can see the lights of different games machines on the pier. You can see some electronic games, you can see some gambling games. You can see the slot machines where you just put money in the top. It pings down the back wall. The money lands on a moving ledge, and then falls, and with any luck knocks some money down so that you have some money to do the same again. And you see people playing the different machines. You notice some amusement rides, just some basic merry-go-rounds, really small roller coaster, some rides with flying ships that rise up and lower down with children smiling and laughing and waving their arms, and different music playing from the different machines. And behind the music for all of the different machines, you can tell that there's some pop songs playing through speakers. And you can notice how there's just such a mixture of different sounds. And all the movement of all the people. You can see a carousel with children on horses bobbing up and down, lights flashing. And then you see a machine that looks unused. It seems to be a red cabinet with a sloping roof. And there seems to be a fortune teller inside that red cabinet. And you walk over to it, intrigued by that fortune teller. You feel that fortune teller looks so real. And when you walk over to it, you notice how dusty that fortune teller is. And you realise that nobody here seems to really use it. And no one seems to be around this machine. And so you decide this is the machine for you. The one that no one else seems to want to use. And you take a coin out of your pocket. You put the coin into the coin slot. The fortune teller's head turns up to face you. Their eyes open and stare straight through you. And you feel like this could almost be a real person watching you, holding your gaze. Then you notice their arms moving, as if they're writing something. And they seem to be writing for so long. And then their eyes close. Their head lowers back down again. Their arms lower back down. Then you hear a smoke machine and notice some smoke coming out around the base of the machine. And you think this is a pretty cool little extra effect. And then as that smoke is coming out from the machine, out pops a tiny little rectangular envelope. You take that envelope. You open the envelope. You take the piece of card out of the envelope. And in big writing, you see it saying 3, 2, 1. And you turn the envelope over. And you just see the word sleep. And as you see that word sleep, so that smoke begins to rise up around you. You notice your eyes blinking a few extra times. You notice the sounds of the amusements fading into the distance. And then you start to hear the sound of a bell on a boat, just a little way away from you. And as you hear that sound of that bell, so the smoke begins to clear a little. It seems to become more dense and lower down. And as it does, you realize that you're standing on the edge of a beach with this low, cool mist spread across the calm sea. And just slightly out to sea, you notice this old boat, its sails furled up, just gently rocking on those long waves. You can see as you look around, cliffs behind you on this grey and misty day. You notice that all this mist and all this cloud cover seems to mute the sounds. And out of the mist, you notice a rowboat heading towards shore. From that big boat, you can hear the oars as they row closer and closer. And as they reach the shore, they row up onto the shore. You can hear the boat scraping up onto the stones. Hear the sounds of the people in the boat putting the oars in the boat. And climbing out of that boat, pulling it up on shore a bit further, out of the water. And then a tall and slender gentleman with the most crazy looking moustache, with water droplets from the mist seemingly clinging on to the tips of the moustache, comes over to you and asks you to join them. And you decide to follow them to the boat. You don't know why they want you to join them, but they seem friendly enough, and you're curious. So you head to the boat with them. You help them to push the boat into the water, climb into the boat. As they row back towards the ship. And back at the ship, they pull alongside the edge of the ship. They lower down a rope ladder. You climb up the rope ladder. They attach the boat to some rope to pull the boat up onto the ship. And the captain of the ship greets you and says that you have something that they need, that they got a message from the oracle to come to this location at this exact time. And to row the boat ashore. And that there'll be someone waiting on the shore, and to bring them back on board the boat, because they'll have what you need. And you wonder what it is that they need. And then you feel around what you're wearing. And you find that in a back pocket you didn't even know you had is a folded up map. And you assume that must be what they're after. And you take that map out of your back pocket. You look at the map, looking at the title on the map. And you recognise it's to do with a lost city. And it seems to be directing to that lost city. But the map only shows a very specific area. And so you follow the captain to a large table where they have a bigger map. And they match up locations on your map with locations on their main map. And they work out where the bits that are different on your map would be on their map. And your map, like most maps, as you would expect, just has an X marking the spot. It doesn't reveal more. Just an X where to head. And so they mark that on their main map. And they let you take your map back. And they tell you that they're going to head to that X. That they've heard about an ancient, lost civilization. And they expect to be able to find some treasure. And you're still curious who these people are. And the captain explains that they're pirates. And that pirates have a bit of a bad reputation. Really, they would think of themselves more as explorers. And as people who find wealth and distribute it to where it's needed. But obviously, when they take wealth from those who don't really need it, and who, in their opinion, have taken it from others through greed, those people see them as pirates. And so they raise the anchor, and they set sail. And they show you to a small room on the boat with a hammock. And so you climb into that hammock and relax in that hammock. And you take a moment to close your eyes. And you can feel the slight swaying of the boat, the swaying through the hammock. And you take this opportunity to begin to just relax a little. And think about the experience. Because you haven't had time yet to process where or when this is. You read a card, and the next minute you're getting on a boat. And you have this feeling like this all feels so real. And while your eyes are closed, you just think to yourself that you wonder whether you've still got that card. And you tap where your pockets are, and you can feel the card and the envelope, and you realise you do still have it. And you don't take it out of your pocket. You just tap to let yourself know that it's there. It gives you a sense of security, that you know that somehow this experience links back to that machine, to that fortune teller. And you wonder whether somehow the fortune teller is linked to the oracle that directed these pirates to your location. And as you wonder all this, you just take a little while to drift and float asleep, finding it so easy to drift asleep when your bed is gently being rocked. And after a little while sleeping, one of the crew wakes you up, says it's time for something to eat. You go with them and you sit down, and you start to have a drink and a meal with them. And surprisingly, they offer you a cup of tea. And it seems these pirates just love drinking tea. And you imagine that they'd all be drinking rum or some other alcoholic drink. And they explain that you can't be sailing ships if you're all getting drunk. You need a clear head to be sailing. And while you're all sat around drinking the tea, eating the food, they start engaging in conversations. And as hours go on, so you realise how much fun you're having, listening to their tales of different adventures they've been on. And you think to yourself how unadventurous your life has been at this point, compared to some of the things they're telling you. And they suggest that it would be handy if you dressed the part. So one of them takes you down below deck, and they show you some different clothes and encourage you to try different things on. And you try on different outfits in front of the mirror until you find something you think you'd like to wear, so that you blend in and fit in with the crew. And you feel this helps you to join in the experience more fully, to feel a part of the experience. You head back up on deck, and as the ship continues to sail, so the sky clears, and night time begins to set in, and you can see the most beautiful blanket of stars overhead. You notice it's a moonless night, and yet the stars seem to almost be reflecting on the surface of the water, and the waves seem really long and shallow and calm. And the wind is just gently moving the ship. You can hear the sound of the water against the hull of the ship. And notice occasional other sounds out in the water, occasional sploshes and splashes. And you don't know how long you're going to have to be travelling. So you go to that table, take a look at the map, and you can see marked on the map the path that you'll be taking. And you can see little marks on the map at regular intervals, and you deduce that those marks are how far you've come, and the marks are evenly spaced. And so you know that you will have passed the last mark, but you don't know how close you are yet to another mark being made. But you can work out roughly how far you've come already, how long it's taken to travel this far, and how much longer it might take to get to your destination. And you work out that it'll probably take about a day more to get to where you seem to be going. That it really wasn't very far to the destination. That you must have been on that beach for a reason, perhaps because it was the closest bit of land to where you're going. And so you head back to bed to get some proper sleep, ready and excited to discover the next day what it is that you're supposed to have had the coordinates for. And as you begin to drift asleep, you begin to wonder where it is you'll be going, what it is you'll be finding. And while you wonder that, and fall deeper and deeper asleep, so you drift into a dream where you're walking through a meadow, and you find that you're walking through that meadow towards a person who's just stood there with their arms behind their back, and their back to you. And you feel like you're supposed to be walking towards them, as that's how your dream began. And you can see the way their clothes are gently blowing in the wind, and how calmly they just stood there. And as you reach them, they turn around, and you recognize them as being the fortune teller who was in that machine. And they start to talk to you. They tell you that you're the key. You're the one that needs to make this journey. You're the connection between your world, between the story you thought you were writing, about that world with the pier, and this world in another time. And they tell you that there are many overlaying dimensions, and that some people can reach a level of consciousness where they almost slide between dimensions, and that their brain tries to make sense of that sliding between dimensions by making you feel like there's certain transitions that add a level of logic, in the same way that you can be shown a magic trick that makes no sense. And if you can work out a logical way it may have worked, suddenly it feels more comfortable. And they explain to you that that's what's happening here. That you're still sat typing in the library, but the story you settled on put you into a certain mindset that's connected you with you through multiple dimensions And so now you're drifting through those dimensions and acting as a guide, as someone who's central to a certain discovery you'll be making, that will connect things that previously went unconnected. And that all these events in the past have already happened. You've already been here. You've already done these things. The only place you hadn't already done anything was in your present, where what you were going to do was in your future. But what you did was in the past. And a part of you thinks that this sounds confusing, but they explain you don't have to worry about that. They're just here to help you to know what you need to do and how you need to do it. They say walk with me as they begin to walk across that meadow. And as you watch, you feel they seem to glide more than walk. They seem to walk so smoothly and evenly, almost like their movement was just part of nature, and so you walk along with them. And they begin to explain where it is you're going, and that you're the one who has to volunteer to go on the journey. And that they are the oracle who's already told the pirates what to expect and what will happen. But they can't reveal everything, just enough to send people on a path that even though they know more than they tell you, if they tell you everything, you may not make the same decisions, and those decisions will be the ones you are going to make. But they'll be the wrong decisions for the future that's planned. So they tell you just enough to keep people on their journey, to keep people motivated and curious. And as you walk through the meadow, so you can see a dragon circling overhead. And you hadn't noticed it at first, you just assumed it was birds in the sky. Until something inside you told you that the flapping sound just sounded heavier and perhaps more leathery than you'd first thought, that didn't sound like feathers and birds' wings, that sounded powerful. And then after the fortune teller finished talking with you, they gave a gesture with one hand, and the dragon seemed to almost drop out of the sky, landing with a thud in front of the fortune teller, lowering their wings, lowering their head and neck. The fortune teller climbed on the back of the dragon into a saddle that was on the dragon, gently tapped the dragon with one hand on its neck, and then with its incredibly powerful legs, in one movement, the dragon aimed its head up, pushed its legs back, did a downward flap of its wings and launched itself up into the sky with enough wind being created it almost blew you off your feet. And then rapidly, faster than you'd imagine for a creature so large, that dragon flies off into the distance. And you look off into the distance and you can see a grand white palace. And you watch as that dragon arrives at the palace, seems to land somewhere at the top of the palace and disappear out of sight. And you're still in this meadow, and you sit down in the meadow, suddenly aware of how silent the meadow is, feeling the coolness of the grass under your hands, just watching the way it waves and moves so gently in the breeze. Curious about what you've got happening tomorrow. And you wonder whether you're going to be spending your whole dream here. You had suspected that you'd just sit down for a moment, and then this would all fade away as a dream. And yet it feels so lucid and real still. And so you walk into the woodland beside you, and you decide to take the dream to explore. And as you walk into the woodland, so you see what looks like a mirror in a tree. You touch that mirror. You find yourself passing through the mirror, coming out the other side into a land where everything's upside down, where you realize that unlike ordinary mirrors, where everything is just reflected, and so it gives the illusion of being reversed. Here somehow, that illusion of being reversed happens top to bottom rather than left to right. And you can feel that you're walking upside down. You can see a house upside down. And that it's difficult to explain the feeling, because to you everything is the same way up, but you have that feeling like when you're upside down. And you can see back to that tree, and you can see through the mirror in the tree from this side is a meadow up the other way. And your brain just instinctively knows that everything here is upside down. And you see someone come out of the house, incredibly friendly, and they greet you. And they tell you that this is the place to think outside the box. That sometimes when you need new ideas, you need to take a different perspective. And here, a different perspective is all you can take. And they demonstrate that when you're on the ground, everything's upside down. But any time you leave the ground, suddenly gravity works weird. If something moves too far away from the ground, suddenly it gets affected, as if the gravity is above you. And they throw a stone really high in the air. And that stone starts off going up at a normal speed and then starts accelerating up higher and higher. And it doesn't come back. And you ask what happens to what leaves the ground. And they say they've never tried. That when you look up there, or down there, depending on the perspective, it just looks like the sky like normal. And so they wonder whether maybe everything just floats off into the sky. But a part of you doesn't believe that, and thinks that you've just been told this is the place for thinking outside the box, for viewing things in a new perspective, and where a new perspective is all there is. And so you jump up and down, but find that you can't get enough speed to be able to leave the ground. And so they tell you that they can build a catapult. And so together you build yourself a large catapult. And curious about what will happen, you then fire yourself up into the air. And you start off going up, feeling a force as if you're going to be pulled back down. And then you notice yourself accelerating, before suddenly waking up in that hammock, as if you've just been dropped into the hammock, and realizing that it's morning. And you can hear a bell on the ship again, and feel the swaying of the ship. And a part of you is confused about the experience, about what just happened, as if somehow launching yourself out of the reality landed you back in this reality. And you wondered what you could have learned from the experience. And you leave the cabin, head up on deck, and the captain says that you'll shortly be arriving at the location, and they don't know what they're going to find there. They only know what they're looking for there. And you have some breakfast. You go to the bathroom. You wash your face. You see yourself in the mirror. You think about how you look. Dressed to fit in with the crew. You head out of the bathroom, back up on deck. And as you approach your location, so you stand near the front of the ship, just gazing out over the ocean, smelling that ocean air, almost feeling like you're flying over the water, where all you can see all around you is that ocean. Noticing the occasional dolphin curiously come over, jump around near the ship before swimming off again. And you hear them dropping the anchor, and you find yourself coming to a halt. And then the captain of the ship is then told that you're the one to go down under the water and explore, and that you'll take 1 or 2 of the crew with you. And you wonder how you're going to go underwater. And they pull out these diving suits that have pipes that will go all the way to the surface. And they say that they'll be pumping oxygen, they'll be pumping air down to you down there. You'll be in a diving suit with a large glass and brass helmet. And they lower a ladder down into the water. And that ladder has some weights, and they can lower it down deeper and deeper. And they lower the ladder all the way down to the sea floor. And you find it really clunky and difficult to descend that ladder wearing this suit, but excited at the same time. As you climb down that ladder, feeling the water as your legs enter the water, feeling it pushing on the outside of the suit, as it reaches your waist, your stomach, your chest, and then watching as the waterline passes up your helmet and then over your head, and seeing above you that beautiful view of the sunlight shining through that shallow water as you continue to descend. And as you climb down this ladder deeper and deeper, so you can notice around you getting darker, the surface getting further away, until eventually you find yourself stood on the sea floor. And as you look around yourself on the surface of the sea floor, although things have got darker down here, further away from the surface, there's still enough light for you to see, a bit like dusk or dawn, for you to see what's around you. And you notice that it looks like the ruins of an old temple, perhaps even a whole complex. And you start walking towards that temple, and you look back and you can see the others climbing down the ladder behind you. And as they, one by one, reach the sea floor, they follow you towards that temple. And you walk, having this feeling almost like how you'd imagine walking on the moon, where each footstep seems so slow, where you feel so light, almost bouncing with each step. And yet you know how heavy this equipment felt as you started descending that ladder. And you know that there's only so far you'll be able to go into the temple, wearing this suit. So you keep an eye on how far you're walking. You walk up to the entrance of the temple, And you can see some symbols that you instinctively seem to be able to read and understand. And the symbols explain who built this, and they reveal how old this is. And you realise that at some point this was somehow on land, and that it's many thousands of years old. And you walk into the entrance of that temple. And somehow it looks almost as pristine as when you imagine it was on the land. And as you walk down the corridor, so you see some steps, and you start climbing those steps. And as you do, so you notice the level of water going down on your mask, down that helmet, lowering more and more, and you realise that there's air in here, and you wonder whether it's breathable. So once you've got your head and shoulders out of the water, you undo the helmet, and you notice that that air is breathable. And you realise that that air has a pressure to it, and that somehow that pressure must be pushing back against the water. And so you decide to place your helmet at the side and to walk into this chamber deeper. And you walk up to a door. You push through that door, finding yourself in an illuminated chamber. And somehow there are crystals in this chamber which seem to be glowing, bright enough to light up the entire chamber. And in the middle of the chamber, you can see a statue of a golden owl. And it's just a small statue, but you go over to that golden owl. You pick it up, you feel the weight of that in your hand. And you see that there's an inscription in the bottom that tells you that there's a place that it belongs. And you notice that its feet seem to almost be purposefully shaped. And so you look around the chamber, and off to one side you see some marks near the wall on a ledge. You take that owl over to those marks. You stand the owl in the marks, and then a stone wall slides open, revealing a long corridor. You walk down that corridor, and you can feel a slight breeze down this corridor. And then you come out into another chamber, a chamber full of scrolls, and realise that this seems to be some kind of an old library or temple of knowledge. And you go and handle some of those scrolls, and somehow down here they seem to have survived and not gone brittle. You seem to be able to open some of those scrolls, as if they could have been placed here just a day or two ago. And some of them that you open, you recognize as seeming to describe strange mythical creatures. Creatures that you know people used to claim were in the sea, were on the land, were in mountains. And you'd always assumed that these mythical creatures were just myths. That before people could really record things, tales would get elaborated. And that when you go and see the creatures for real, you realise how mistakes were made, how people elaborated tales and said they encountered sea monsters, or that they encountered monsters in mountains. But this seems to be showing them all as if they were real, as if there was a time when they roamed the earth, and that time somehow overlapped with this civilization. And you wonder whether that's the case, or whether perhaps they too just told tall tales about mythical creatures. But you find it curious that the drawings, all the diagrams of these creatures, the types of locations of them, seem so similar to the old reports of seafarers describing sea monsters, describing yetis, describing flying lizards. And so you work through some of the scrolls, trying to memorize what you can. You know that you can't take any of these with you. You've got no way of getting them back through the water. And you wonder whether that's why you're the one here, that perhaps no one else could read all this knowledge. And then you see a crystal resting at the back wall. And you lift up that crystal, you feel how soft, how smooth that crystal is, like highly polished glass. You run your fingers around that, and as you do, you almost feel a static, electric feeling from it. Just a slight tingling from touching that. And then as you put it back, it creates a slight spark. And suddenly another door opens. And behind this door, you notice a shimmering, and realize somehow that spark has triggered some kind of electronics, perhaps ancient electronics, some kind of machine. And unlike anyone else who walked in here, you're able to understand that, having come from a time of electronics. And you realize it looks like a portal. So you walk through that portal. And you don't know where you found yourself. But you see that fortune teller again, just sat on a chair. And they let you know they've been waiting for you again. And they knew you'd find them. And they had something here for you. And you walk over to them. and they hand you a pitchfork. And they tell you there's something to find in that hay. And they tell you that time here, compared to where you are, will stand still. So when you go back, it'll be as if no time had passed. So take all the time you need to search for that needle among the hay. And so use that pitchfork to be searching through that hay. And you don't know why you're agreeing to do this, but something about this whole adventure feels magical, feels meaningful, and something about a difficult challenge where you've got enough time to put in the effort to overcome that challenge just motivates you to want to prove that you can do this. And so you search through that hay, creating another pile of hay as you work your way down through it. And a part of you logically feels that you're unlikely to move that needle on a pitchfork, but the hay will get moved, and that needle will probably keep falling through the hay. So all you have to really do is move the hay, and what's left is what you're looking for. And so you carefully move that hay from one location to another, until what's left is this silver little needle. And so you pick up that needle, you hold it up in front of you, and that fortune teller tells you to hold it up facing the sun and walk through the eye of the needle. And you think this sounds crazy, but they just give you a look, as if to say, do it. Just trust me. And so you hold that up. Direct it towards the sun. You see the way the sun shines through the eye of the needle, the way it seems to make what looks almost like a sparkling diamond on the tip of that needle. And then, just using your mind, you have this feeling of travelling through that needle, through the eye of the needle, as if you're travelling on the rays of the sun, almost like consciousness and energy becoming one, passing through the eye of the needle. And then you feel this blissful feeling, having passed through the eye of that needle, that feeling of being connected to nature, being a part of everything, almost as if somehow you and nature are one. And you hear that fortune teller's voice in your mind, telling you that this is the true experience of reality. That you're not an island, you're not in isolation, even if sometimes you feel like it. You're really a part of everything, and everything's a part of you. And that if you can take back this experience to that you writing, and tell your story, conveying this through that story, where life is just a story. You just don't know how it ends until you get there. And if you can take this back and convey it through your words, helping people to feel a connection to those around them, an appreciation for everything around them, as if everything around them is part of them and they are part of everything around them, then people will get more from that book, more from that story, than they realize when they start reading. And you realize now why you were brought here, why you had to be the one. That you know there were times you felt a bit fidgety, wanting to kind of get on with it, wanting to jump off the ground. And now you're just here, a consciousness with the world. And as you think that, you can see your outstretched hand again. See that bright light on the end of that needle. The fortune teller holds out their hand. You place the needle in their hand. They smile at you. They tap you gently on the shoulder. And they gently squeeze your shoulder. They say that they'll be around, and you'll be back. As you head back through that portal, back into that chamber, and the portal closes behind you, and you find your way back. You put on that diving helmet. You join the others underwater and walk back to the ship, ascending that ladder. Going back onto the ship. And you hand the captain of the ship the golden owl from in the temple. You explain that's the only thing that was down there that could be brought back through the water. And the ship begins its journey back to shore. And you know it's going to take a day or two to get back to where you started. And so you enjoy being able to do nothing for a little while, being able to just be in your own thoughts, thinking about the experience, having pleasurable thoughts about the past, the present, and the future, drifting into pleasant dreams at night, sleeping deeply and soundly, finding your way back, and heading back to the shore. And they row you up onto the shore, and you notice how misty it is again on the shore. And as that mist increases around you, so you start to notice the sounds of different amusements, different games. And then you see that fortune teller in front of you, in that box. You see the smoke clearing as the smoke machine comes to an end. You look around you and see everything else carrying on like normal. as if nothing has happened. You walk along that pier, walk back along the beach, and as you walk along the beach, so you start to hear the sound of your fingers typing on that old school typewriter. And everything around you begins to fade as you find yourself back in that library. And as you find yourself back in that library, so you notice the pile of completed pages beside you. And you see on the typewriter that your fingers are typing the end. And you remove that last page. You place it on the stack of paper. You put that paper in a bag. You walk out of this library into the most beautiful spring day, having to cover your eyes slightly from the sun, from sitting in the library all that time, smelling that fresh spring air, hearing the sound of spring birds. As you walk along your route home, cutting through a park, and you find your way through that park, seeing squirrels in trees, people walking dogs, people sitting, having their picnics and playing. And you arrive at home. You place the manuscript of the book down on a desk. You gaze at that manuscript, proud of what you've written and curious about what you've written, wondering what it'll read like, wondering whether you'll submit it before reading it and just trust your unconscious, or whether you'll read it first, knowing that if you read it, you may cast judgments that are unfair because of your view of your work compared to others' view of what you do. You make yourself a cup of tea. You head out into the garden, sit down in your garden, listening to the spring birds, seeing butterflies, bees, flying in and out of flowers. You head into a garage. You pull back a sheet covering a rusty old car. You feel the sense of reminiscing, of thinking about the journey you've just been on, travelling through time, wondering about the experience, how real it was. You know how real it felt. And you know that somehow your body wrote a book while your mind was elsewhere. But it got you thinking about the past, about transformation, about how sometimes people can think that something is past its sell-by date, when it really isn't. It just needs a bit of love and kindness and care. And you spend many seasons just working on that car, bringing that old car up to a usable standard, being surprised how good something can look if you just remove the rust. If you just uncover its inner beauty. And then you find how much you've learned from the experience. You take that car out for a drive. And even after all this time, you regularly think about that connection, about that experience. You head to a pub for the launch of your book. And you enjoy that book launch. You sign many copies of the book. And you don't even focus on how many copies sell. You focus on how many people have their lives changed from your work. How helpful that book happens to be. And that the right people will find the book. And those right people will find the right things within the book. Those people who just know instinctively to connect with what's written down. And as the spring approaches again, so you see different plants, snowdrops, early daffodils springing up. And as you rest in your conservatory, painting your garden, wondering what your next project will be, you hear a knock at the door. You go to the door. On the doormat you find a small envelope. You open that envelope. You head up and sit on your bed with that envelope. You take out a piece of card in the envelope. You read what it says, 3, 2, 1. You turn that card over and read sleep now. And you find your eyes flickering. You rest back on your bed. You notice your breathing deepening. And you drift and float, comfortably asleep. Drifting and floating comfortably asleep all night long, learning from the experiences you've had, and preparing in your mind for the pleasure you can bring to your future and to the future of others as you drift and sleep comfortably and deeply now. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And I don't know whether you'll relax deeper with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. And as you take a moment to begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. You can have a sense of walking through a park on a warm summer's day. You can hear the sound of your footsteps on the path, sounds of people talking in the background, children playing, sounds of dogs running around, sounds of birds in the trees. And the rustling leaves. And as you walk around that park, you can begin to hear the sound of ducks in the distance, and you can head towards the sound of the ducks. And as you get closer to the ducks, so you notice a large pond in the middle of this park. And you can find a bench next to that pond. Take a moment to relax down onto that bench, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face, gazing out over the pond, seeing some children feeding the ducks with their parents. Seeing some ducks running on the water as they take off. And then noticing a large swan swoop down, put its legs forward, and splash down through that water, and then pulling in its wings and swimming along so gracefully on the surface of the water. And perhaps you can watch a couple of swans, maybe wondering whether, just for a moment, they'll move into a position where, from your perspective, it almost looks like their heads and necks make a heart. Even if that heart lasts just a moment as the swans pass each other by. And while you relax there on that bench, you can close your eyes a moment and listen to the people walking past. And in your mind's eye, try and work out what kind of a person it is from the sound of their footsteps. What kind of height they are from the spacing between their footsteps. What kind of size they are. From the tone of the footsteps. Whether they've got a pushchair with them, or whether they're walking with perhaps a dog. And just honing your senses, just practicing relaxing and being in the moment. Being able to focus on just one thing. Almost imagining in your mind's eye the reality that's outside of your mind. Picturing where those people are in space. So that you can have a sense of being able to just open up your eyes and gaze straight at where you know they are, and see if you're correct about the idea of the type of person you thought was walking past. And you can do this to really help focus on being in the moment. And then after a while, you can lie back on that bench a little, almost slouching on the bench, as if to absorb more of the sun's rays on your face, just that warmth on your face, a little bit more evenly. And then choosing to watch the clouds go by. And opening your eyes and gazing at the clouds. And feeling the day being so relaxing. Taking time to just focus on the activities you're doing, rather than having your mind wander to the future or the past, or to elsewhere in the present, but holding that attention on the here and now. And noticing that the clouds can take many forms. Perhaps a frog jumping over a cat, or a dog sitting with its tongue hanging out. And you can notice a couple of clouds moving apart and realize that there's a horse up there in the sky, but the horse is actually the space between the clouds, that as those clouds move apart, so for just a few moments they leave an empty space in the shape of a horse. And you notice that sometimes it's not what's there that is something. Sometimes something is the nothing that's there. And you can stand up from that bench and walk across the grass in the park. You walk into the shade. You find a space under a tree. You sit down on the ground, resting your back gently against the tree. And you can feel the cool breeze here under the tree, hearing the rustling leaves of the tree. Feeling the cool grass under your fingertips. And you rest back. Close your eyes and begin to drift comfortably into a reverie. Just drifting and letting your mind wander. Going deeper and deeper inside your mind. And as you begin to to drift deeper inside your mind. So you start to hear sounds of a marketplace. You start to hear sounds of horse and cart. And you start to become aware of being in a whole new place. A place that's hot and dry, with a busy market. And you find yourself standing up and walking through that market, taking in sights and sounds and smells. Wondering where this place is. And at the far end of the market, you see a man dressed in purple, with a table, and the only thing on that table is an hourglass. And you walk over to that person, feeling almost compelled to visit them. And they gesture to a seat by their table. You take a seat. They draw your attention to the hourglass. Then they very slowly turn that over and have you watch that sand flowing down into the bottom of the hourglass. And you find all of your attention focused on that sand. And even though it's contained within a glass, you have this sense of being able to feel its smoothness. Almost have that sensation of cool and smooth sand running through your fingertips, even though you're just watching an hourglass. Watching the way the sand pours through, almost like a liquid. And the way the grains of sand flow down that pyramid of sand being created. And as you continue to focus on that hourglass, so you notice everything around you beginning to fade, as if there's only you and the hourglass. And then you notice that sand seeming to spread out, almost like a desert spreading from the hourglass around where you're sat. As the table fades away, as that man fades away, as the structure of the hourglass fades away. And a pyramid of sand spreads out and forms into a desert land. And you find yourself stood in a desert, You begin to walk around this desert. You keep thinking that you see lakes and see water, but as you head to it, so it seems to vanish. Then eventually you see this really old stone well, and you wonder whether it's real. And you walk towards that stone well, so happy that you found water. You lower the bucket down into the well. You hear the bucket strike the water deep in the well, and can feel the weight of that water as you reel that bucket back up. You can almost smell the water, that fresh smell. And you start drinking that water. And as you do, some of it splashes around the side of your face. Some of it pours down your chin, onto your clothes, because you're trying to drink out of a bucket. And you can feel that cool water flowing down your throat, almost healing through your body. And some of that water splashes onto the ground around your feet. And you don't notice at first, but that water seems to have magical properties. And as you continue to drink that water, and it continues to splash on the ground and around you, you start to get this sense that you've just noticed some green out the corner of your eye. And so you stop drinking for a moment. You look down, you look around you. You notice that where the water has splashed, grass is rapidly springing up, and other flowers, and it's spreading out from the well, filling this desert with greenery, with grassland, with trees. And then out of the trees you notice different animals. And as you continue to look around you, you see that you seem to be stood on a large plain, large area of grassland. There seems to be a lake in the distance, a dense forest. And you see some enormous elephants thud past you, feeling the ground vibrate, feeling a breeze as they flap their ears. And then following along behind those large elephants, who are striding so confidently and slowly, and yet seeming to move so fast. You see this tiny little elephant hanging on to the tail of the elephant in front with its trunk, with its legs rapidly moving to keep up, almost looking like it's got a certain level of confidence. You read into its behaviour that it's almost as if that elephant has a sense of being proud to be hanging onto that tail and following along and keeping up. And although these elephants look like familiar elephants, you feel that there's something strange about this place. You can't quite put your finger on what. And as the sun begins to set, you go into the forest, you gather some wood, and then just a little way from the entrance to the forest, you light yourself a campfire, still curious about where you are, about the experience you're having. And as the sun sets and the sky turns the most beautiful orange, you notice those first stars appearing in the sky. And then you're surprised to see 2 moons overhead, neither of which looks familiar. And it almost looks like there's a moon overhead, and that the other moon looks like it's circling that moon. Like the moon itself has a moon. And you lie back and gaze up at the stars, looking for familiar constellations. And find that the stars look like stars, but none of them seem to be positioned how you're familiar with. And that moon orbiting the moon seems to be orbiting quite fast, because you notice as the night goes on that you can see that it is moving closer to the moon and then behind the moon. And then later in the night, you see it coming out the other side of the moon and beginning to move round to go in front of the moon. A bit like the way that when you look at the hour hand on a clock for long enough, you notice its movements, but look for just a short time. And it's easy to think it's not moving. And as that moon passes in front of the other moon, so you notice the quality of the light reflecting off the moon change, almost like a strange eclipse. That the sunlight is obviously shining onto the moon. The moon is eclipsing on the moon it's passing over. But it's also impacting some of that reflected light back down to you here watching. And you watch with fascination all night long. And then in the morning, as the sun begins to rise, So it turns out that the main moon passes across part of the disk of this sun just at the point it's rising. And then the second moon passes across another bit of the sun as the main moon is further over the sun. And you notice this isn't like an eclipse on Earth, where you live in a time where the sun and the moon are just the right distances and just the right sizes to do total eclipses. This is a strange kind of three-way eclipse. And you wonder if there's ever a time where this planet, both moons, and the sun all line up. And what kind of an eclipse that would be. And as the sun rises, so you hear birds singing around you. You notice more animals coming out, going back down to the lake. As all the life here begins to wake up. And you're still curious about where this place is. And curious about how you'll find your way back home. And you have this vague idea that this could all be a dream, because you remember lying down under a tree. But it feels more real than any dream you've had before, and more complex, and you're more lucid than in any dream you've had before. And so you trust things will work out, and that for now you'll just explore, enjoy the experience. And so you walk into the forest, decide to see what's in the forest. And the deeper into the forest you walk, the more sounds from outside the forest become muffled and more distant. And you begin to hear specific bird sounds that you didn't hear quite so much outside the forest. You can't really feel the breeze because the trees block a lot of the wind, but you can hear the rustling leaves. And after a while of following a path through the forest, you notice the way it splits in two, and you have to make a decision which to follow. And you take a look at both paths. And you decide on a path to take. And you know whatever's down this path, you can discover with curiosity. And you walk further and further until you eventually find a clearing. And in this clearing you see a stone building with a wooden roof. You can see some smoke coming out of the chimney, and the most beautiful, if slightly overgrown garden, all contained behind a wooden fence. And you walk up to the garden, open the gate, walk into the garden. You close the gate behind you. You can smell the flowers in this garden. You can notice butterflies and other insects flying in and out of the different plants. You walk up to the front door of this house, knock on the door, and after a few moments, a woman answers the door, invites you in. You head into the house. She directs you to a seat at a table. And she tells you that she can know things about a person that people don't realize she knows. She says that there are times when you appear confident to others, and yet inside you just want to run away. There are times that you appear happy, and yet you'd like to cry. There are times when you do things you'd rather not do, because you know it'll make others happy, and you feel like somehow you're being selfish, or perhaps guilty, if you decided to do your own thing instead. And you're surprised how well this woman seems to know you. And she says that sometimes you'll try and fall asleep, and yet, no matter how hard you try, your brain just keeps thinking, going over different things. Or your body seems to suddenly get restless for no reason. Or you start to suddenly notice every little distraction, and just wish that your brain could focus elsewhere, and just shut it all off for a while, and let you sleep. And she explains that she's a witch, and that she helps people who are looking for ways to achieve something in their future, who know something that they don't really want about who or how they are, something that with just the right potion, it can just trigger something inside them to begin to take a different path, make different decisions, think about things in a different way. And while the witch is telling you all this, they're mixing up a potion in a stereotypical cauldron. And you can see that bubbling away. See some smoke and mist around the cauldron. See a slight glow from within the cauldron. And then that glow becomes greener and greener. And then with a ladle, she scoops out some of the liquid. She pours it into a glass. She comes over to the table, places the glass down beside you. And you look at that bright green liquid. And she gestures for you to drink. And something about the situation and about this witch just helps you to feel trusting of her. And it smells really nice. And it's still got a slight white mist hovering over that green liquid. So you pick that liquid up, you pick up the glass, you blow the white mist off the top of the liquid, and you gulp back that liquid. And you feel it almost like a healing sensation passing through your body, passing through your mind, calming you, relaxing you, helping you to know what to focus on in different situations. And she tells you that that healing liquid is passing through you, and it'll help you to sleep. It'll help you to know when to focus on the here and now, when to focus on other things. And it'll help all these things that you know how to do already to happen instinctively and heal from within you. And you feel yourself relaxing with that drink. And the witch suggests that you go out in the back garden with them, get some fresh air, while that drink is working its magic. And so you follow her out into the back garden. And you see the most beautiful garden, the most beautiful flowers. And you notice something strange. You notice that among the flowers seem to be dozens of fairies. No bigger than your thumb. And they have the most beautiful buzz to them as they dart around, just with the most perfect pitch. And you notice the way that their wings seem to be incandescent, the way the wings catch the light, and the colours of those wings dancing behind the fairies. And they all seem to be so happy and peaceful. And the witch explains that they help with getting the right ingredients, doing the right pollinating. And creating the flowers that only exist for witches to use. And as you relax in that garden, so you feel your head relaxing, your neck, your shoulders relaxing, almost like with each breath, that green potion relaxes and deepens through you, your chest relaxing, your back relaxing, your stomach relaxing, your legs relaxing, all the way down to your feet relaxing, your arms relaxing, your hands relaxing. Feeling so relaxed, you just want to close your eyes and relax even further. And as your eyes begin to close, so you catch a glimpse of a peacock at the far end of the garden. As it spreads its tail feathers and almost seems to shake them in your direction as your eyes flutter closed while you rest on that bench, listening to the sounds in the garden. And the witch just sits and relaxes and just watches while you have your experience, while you drift into your healing experience. And she knows you just need to take a moment to go inside, facilitate that inner healing through your mind and body. And she's just there to be a supportive guide. And that there's no need for you to pay attention to her while you're paying attention inside. And as you drift inside, so you begin to find yourself lying down, listening to someone giving instructions, and you realize you're in an Indian temple, and that this seems to be some kind of a yoga retreat. And then you discover yourself moving into a different pose. Almost as if the instructions that are being given are being followed automatically by your body, as if somehow you just instinctively know what to do. And then with another instruction, you change pose again. And in your mind, it's almost like you're an observer on what your body's doing. And you're thinking to yourself about how some of these poses are poses that you didn't even know your body could do. And yet somehow, when you're not thinking about it, and not overanalyzing it and telling yourself you can't do it, your body seems to be able to, as your body changes pose again. And then you hear a bell get rung, and almost feel the sound of that bell reverberate through you as you change pose again. And you notice that there's a number of you here at this retreat, and that you're all doing the same. And you gaze at the other people, and you wonder what their experience of this is, whether they're having the same experience as you. And then you hear a bell and another instruction, and your body moves to another pose. And then you hear a deeper and longer bell, and an instruction given with a deeper tone of voice. And you take on a pose where you close your eyes and just hold that pose and hold that focus on that sound, hearing every last bit of that sound. And then having the sound played again. And with each time the sound plays, so you have this feeling like you're going even deeper and deeper into the experience. And then, when the sound sounds the deepest, you begin to notice yourself, opening your eyes with that witch beside you again, and she welcomes you back to the garden. And she has the most comforting look to her. And she suggests that you take a moment to stand up and walk with her. And you walk down into the garden. You walk past the fairies, the flowers, smelling the myriad of different smells, walking deeper into the garden. And right at the back of the garden, you notice this wall. And it's a brick wall, and there seems to be water trickling down that wall into a small pond at the foot of the wall. And hanging in a tree near that pond is a glitter ball. And the witch says, just wait a moment, and she spins that glitter ball just very gently. And it spins one way, and then it unwinds and spins back and unwinds. And just then the sun catches that glitter ball, sending beams of light onto that wall of water, creating some rainbow effects through the water. And down by that pool of water, and reflecting, illuminating that water. And on a plain wall, where that brick wall curves around, you can see the dancing reflection of the pool of water. And the dancing light beams from the glitter ball. And every now and then, the witch gently spins that glitter ball some more and tells you just to keep watching the dancing light. And you carry on watching that dancing light. And as you do, so this reality begins to fade. And as it begins to fade, she tells you to take the healing with you, and to allow that healing to continue working with each and every breath that you take. And you begin to hear the sounds of the occasional dog barking, children playing. You begin to get this sense of waking underneath that tree in that park. And you stand up. And you have this curiosity about the experience you've just had. And you walk through the park while you ponder the experience. And you see a rope swing that some children have obviously built at some point. And you almost feel this compulsion to have a sense of being youthful. So you put the swing between your legs. You push yourself off and you swing out and round under the tree. You can hear the branch overhead creaking a little as it swings, and the leaves rustle a bit more as you swing backwards and forwards, moving your legs to help with that swing. And you begin to get into a nice rhythmic motion, swinging those legs backwards and forwards. And as you do, you notice something strange. You notice that it feels like it's starting to snow. And you look around you. And you notice that the ground is beginning to become covered in snow. And you stop the swinging, curious why it's suddenly snowing on such a sunny day. And you walk down towards the lake. And you see what seems to be a glass dome overhead. And then you hear this sound like someone's winding up something mechanical. And then you start to hear some tinny music. And you have this sense that you must still be in some kind of reverie, still having some kind of experience. As you realize you're inside a snow globe. And that you can see from inside this snow globe. As you look towards the glass wall, that there's a bedroom, and that you're on a desk, and there's a child in bed sleeping. You can see the moonlight shining in through the curtains, the other side of the child's bed. You can notice the gentle movement of the net curtains in the breeze, as the windows just very slightly open in that child's room. And you realize that that child would have a different perspective on this to you. And that it's easy to think that where you are is all there is, before you discover there's something else out there, that can be explored. And you start to wonder how you're going to end up back under that tree. And as you wonder that, you find yourself back under that tree again, waking up. And you walk back down to the lake again. And you wonder how you'll know whether you're fully awake now or not. You feel this has been an unusual experience, but know your unconscious has obviously been teaching and educating you and taking you on a journey. You pick up a stone, you throw it into the water, you hear that plop as it falls through the water. You walk around the lake, you put your hand in the water and feel the temperature of that water. And you decide that this feels like you're back to normality. You're back where you started. You look up at the sky. You see those clouds overhead. You notice that the sun is now beginning to set. And so you head home, and your whole journey home, you wonder about the experience, about how multi-layered this experience has been. And during your journey, you try to unpick some of that in your mind, about the meaning, and find that the more you try to unpick the experience, the deeper and deeper you go into the experience. And so you just wait until you're home. And that night you settle down in bed. And you think to yourself about the experience you've had. You decide to begin to analyze the experience from the start. You start to imagine what it was like when you were walking through that park, seeing the ducks, the swans, watching the clouds overhead, going and relaxing under a tree. And you find that as you take yourself on this mental journey, thinking through the experience you've had, with each step of this mental journey, you find yourself becoming deeper and deeper relaxed, finding your body relaxing, your mind relaxing. And no sooner have you fallen asleep under that tree, you find yourself falling asleep in real life, drifting and floating so comfortably asleep. And no matter how hard you try to think through the whole story, to think through the whole journey you went on, the harder you try to keep following the journey, the quicker and deeper asleep you find yourself going, and relaxing asleep. As you take a moment to close your eyes and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this guided sleep meditation in the background. And this guided sleep meditation is about a woman who has gone on holiday to a log cabin in a pine forest just on the edge of the Arctic Circle. And she arrives at that log cabin, and she's aware of the crisp and cold air on arrival, the white of the snow blanketing the surrounding area, the dusting of snow in the pine forest. And she heads into that log cabin. She lights a fire, makes herself a drink, and decides to just take a moment to sit down comfortably in the chair near the fire as she warms herself up. And while she sits and relaxes in that chair, she's holding a warm drink, and she can feel that warmth of the drink in the palms of her hands. As she brings that drink up to her mouth, she can feel the warmth of the steam tickling her face. And she sits and relaxes, listening to the crackling of that log fire. And while she's sitting and relaxing, so she drifts comfortably inside her mind and begins to drift into a reverie. And she starts to imagine what it would have been like to be in this area many years ago, many years before cabins like this were built. And as she begins to imagine this in her mind's eye, she has this sense of walking through deep snow, the sound of pushing through that snow, the sound of the wind rushing around her ears, walking towards an igloo. And she has this sense of entering that igloo, feeling that relief of being out of the wind, and how, despite this being a property built out of snow, it seems so much warmer than outside. And she continues with this reverie, imagining what life would have been like, how people would have eaten their food, kept warm, the clothing they would have worn. And she imagined what it would be like at night time, especially with the air being still and having a certain crispness to the air. And as she continued to imagine this, and imagining what it would be like at night time in an igloo, in her reverie, she could notice the stars in the sky, the thick blanket of stars with the colour of an aurora, gently moving over the face of those stars. And she thought to herself about how it's quite rare for people to see things like that nowadays. And even in the cabin that she's in, the cabin generates light, reducing the visibility of the blanket of stars, dulling down slightly the impact of the aurora. And that even though she's a long way from built-up areas, there's still the faintest of glow from cities in the distance, filling the night sky. And she's tried to take photographs of the night sky before, and noticed that with her eyes she may not notice the amount of light pollution there is, but she's aware that when you take a photograph over a long exposure, the glow from the light pollution becomes evident, and you realise how much light there is. And she continued to think about the way that people used to live and survive in this landscape, how they'd find food, and how they would conserve energy. And then as the evening set in, she decided just to go for a little walk down by the lake. And she left the cabin, and as she walked out the cabin door, she could hear the sound of crunching through the snow. She could notice that she was leaving behind that warmth. And as she glanced back, she could notice the glow of the cabin. And she walked down to the shore of the lake. And for a little way from the shore out into the lake was a layer of ice. And she could hear the sound of that water rolling in to the shore, and the way it would lap on the underside of the ice sheet, and the popping sounds, and the occasional cracking sound. And she walked over to the edge of the lake and just gently rested her foot on the ice, applying enough pressure just to crack that ice underfoot. And she found something pleasurable about cracking that ice under her feet, and she did so carefully, just in the very shallow edge of the lake, and then watched as the cracked ice would spread, and then the ice would begin to float on the water, and just the slightest tap with her foot sent the ice sheets floating out into the lake. And she sat down by the water, listening to the way that water reached the shore, listening to the wind gently rustling leaves in the trees, gazing up at the sky, at the beauty of this area, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility. And she came out here to have some time alone, to really connect and find herself. And she intentionally is leaving her technology off while she's out here. And as she looked around, while sat down by the lake, so she noticed a little way away around the lake what looked almost like a bluey purple flower growing all alone. And she was curious about that flower, so she went to explore. She wondered whether it would turn out to be a different colour, and perhaps it just looked bluey purple because of it being quite dark. And when she went over to it, she noticed that it was actually a bluey purple flower, that the stem, the leaves, had a purpley tinge to them, and the petals themselves looked blue, and she almost felt that that flower seemed to be glowing gently under the minimal light at night. And she was curious what this flower was. She'd promised herself that she wouldn't get her mobile phone out and would try not to use any technology for the duration of her stay away. She knew that that would have been the easiest way to find out what this flower was. But she also realised that she appreciated this moment and what she could see here more, because of the fact that she wasn't going to be able to capture this moment. That there's something about capturing a moment on a camera or on some other form that makes it so that your brain almost thinks it doesn't have to remember it so well. And she decided that the next day she was going to come out, find out what that flower is, and see what it looks like in daylight. And she headed back to the log cabin, settled down, and drifted and floated comfortably, relaxed asleep. And the next day she left the cabin and she went and looked at that flower, and in daylight it still looked like it had a purple tinge to the stem, to the leaves, and that the petals were blue. And she didn't want to pick that flower, but wondered whether she could find more. So she decided to go exploring. She felt this one was growing near the lake, so perhaps she could explore further round the lake. And she walked around the lake, and after a number of hours of walking, she found a large patch of those flowers growing near the water's edge. And she also noticed, sat on a rock near the flowers, was a man just with his legs crossed, his eyes closed. She knew that there were other cabins around this lake, and so assumed it was someone staying in one of the other cabins. And she wondered whether he knew anything more about these flowers. So she went over to him, got his attention, and asked him about the flowers. And he explained that they're a rare flower, that once every 10 years or so they appear near this lake. A few nights after appearing, they release their seeds, and then a few days later they wither away and disappear, and that their seeds are quite magical to see, and that they do this under moonlight. And the woman was curious about this and wondered whether she'll get to see this spectacle. The man said that this hasn't happened yet, and so it should happen perhaps tonight, or maybe in a day's time. And he said that if she wants, maybe she can come back here, or spend time here, so that she's here at night time, because there's far more of these flowers here than there are near her cabin. And she likes the idea of this, the idea of watching this spectacle take place. but to make sure that they don't miss anything, they've got to spend their time at night outside. And the woman has brought along some camping gear and a sleeping bag, and she'd brought it along just in case she needed it for an emergency, but felt that this is as good a time as any to use it. So she went back to her cabin, she got her gear, and that night she arrived back near those flowers. And the man was there and had already set up a tent, had already started a campfire. And she set up a tent diagonally near his, both facing the campfire, and both looking on towards those flowers. And she set up a time-lapse camera to film the flowers and film what goes on with them, hoping to get some good photos. And together they cooked up some food, and they started chatting, getting to know each other, sharing their reasons for coming out here. And the man explained that he chose this spot specifically for these flowers, and this moment in time specifically to see this event. That since being a child, when he first found out about these flowers, he'd been fascinated by the idea that one day perhaps he could get to see them. And now that time has arrived. And there are times when the two of them go quiet, just listening to the crackling campfire, just noticing the way the flame casts dancing shadows and light. And they relax and enjoy being in the moment. And then as they continue to relax, occasionally gazing over towards the flowers, so the campfire begins to burn right down to just embers. And they discussed intentionally allowing this to happen, so that they would have the warmth, but have reduced light interfering with their observations. And the woman noticed herself beginning to feel tired and kept wanting to drift off asleep. And the man said that they could take it in turns, perhaps one of them staying awake for a couple of hours while the other one has a nap, and then swapping over, and one can wake the other if anything happens. And so this is what they did, taking it in turns to have a nap. And then many hours into the night, when both of them were awake, they noticed something magical. They noticed all those flowers getting tiny little sparkling dots covering them. And then with just the slightest of breezes, the flowers would vibrate and sway very gently. And those tiny little sparkling dots, almost like glitter, began to fill the space above the flowers. And with that slightest of breeze, began to get caught in the breeze, and spread, and float, and twinkle in the moonlight. the most beautiful sight, like glitter floating through the sky at night time. Watching as the seeds spread out from this area, where they'll land elsewhere. And the man said that they land, and they start growing a little bit to get themselves into the ground, to get a foothold. And then they remain dormant, only growing into flowers 10 years later. And the woman felt this was a magical experience to have been a part of. And they both fell asleep in their tents, until they were woken by the light of the sun shining onto the tents. And they spent some time talking, having something to eat, sharing different stories with each other, before the woman headed back to her cabin. And back at the cabin, the woman took the time to watch that footage back. She'd said that she was going to try and make the whole trip without using technology. But as she watched the time-lapse footage back she'd recorded on her camera, she felt so glad that she'd managed to capture that on film, something so rare, something that had she arrived a few days earlier, a few days later, had she arrived any other year, over recent years, and she would have missed that opportunity. And while she was watching the footage back, she was aware that the man hadn't recorded it. And she wondered whether he would like a copy of the footage. And so she walked back along. And so, looking back at that footage, she was glad that she had recorded it, because the time-lapse footage gave a different perspective on the event. It almost looked like the plants were purposefully doing their behaviours, that what she could observe looked like the plants were reasonably stationary, just vibrating and moving with the wind. But when she watched it back, she could see that actually there was a lot of complex behaviour going on in the way that the plants moved and acted. And she can get a better idea of the way the seeds managed to catch the wind, how they managed to float, and she noticed how each seed seemed to have some magnetic charge, that each seed seemed to repel itself from each other seed, ensuring that the seeds didn't land right next to each other, and that their trajectory would be subtly changed whenever they moved near each other, and that seemed to help the cloud of seeds propagate and spread out further. And although she didn't initially plan on coming on this breakaway to see this spectacle, she was so happy that she did. And she spent the next few days exploring the woods, sitting by the lake, sometimes just sitting in the cabin, reading a good book by the fire, listening to that crackling fire. Really taking time to be in the moment, not worrying about the past or the future or what's going on elsewhere, just being in the moment, here and now. And then after her last night here, she travelled home. And once home, she went to bed, and thinking about the trip she'd been on, drifted and floated, comfortably and relaxed, asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my words, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And while you begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And it's a story about a woman who lives in a really nice country house. And she's sitting in her back garden, admiring the views down that garden, drinking a drink, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, and just feeling a sense of peace, calm and relaxation. And she's watching as the bees fly in and out of the roses on the trellis at the back of the garden, that kind of arches around a path. She watches as butterflies land on the flowers down the side of the garden, and admires the different types of butterflies. And she can see the colourful birds landing in trees, singing so beautifully, and the way all the plants just gently sway in the breeze. And as she just sits and watches, she starts gazing up towards the sky, noticing whether there's any clouds up there, thinking about how some clouds can look like different shapes, different animals. And sometimes it's the spaces between the clouds that create the shapes or animals. And as she gazes at the sky, so she begins to feel herself relaxing even deeper, listening to the songbirds, feeling the slightest breeze on her cheeks, and that warmth of the sun, and the wafts of the smell from the flowers. And while relaxing deeper and deeper into the experience, she lets her eyes gently close. And as her eyes gently close, so she has this feeling of drifting out of her body and beginning to float up into the sky. And she can see her house down there. And she feels so light and free, and feels a sense of peace and calm. And that pleasant floating feeling, almost like lying on your back in water and floating on your back, where you can see above you, and you feel weightless and relaxed. She notices how her breathing is slowing and relaxing. And as she continues to float higher and higher and further from her home, she sees off in the distance a larger cloud, and she begins to get closer and closer to that larger cloud that looks almost like a giant crumpled up ball of cotton wool that looks so soft, or a crumpled up ball of silk. And as she gets nearer and nearer, she realizes there's the most perfectly white palace on this cloud. And she lands on that cloud so easily and effortlessly, landing on her feet. And walks along that soft cloud, with each footstep barely making a sound. And the cloud comfortably resisting her feet, like walking on a lawn with short grass. Well, there's just a little bit of resistance, a little bit of sponginess, but at the same time there's a certain firmness to that ground. But unlike a lawn, there's almost no sound from each footstep. And she walks toward the palace. And as she nears that palace, so she notices a road or a path beginning to form in front of her. That looks like it's made out of pure white stone. But as she walks on it, she notices that it feels more like it's somehow a condensed version of the cloud. And she follows that path, and finds her way to a bridge, and notices that it's a drawbridge. And that drawbridge gets lowered over what looks like a sparkling silver river flowing across the cloud. And she walks across that bridge, noticing a slight clippity-clop of her feet on the wood, before carrying on to an almost noiseless steps the other side. And she heads up and into the palace, knocking on the door of the palace, opening that door, feeling invited as she walks in, being aware of how light and airy the palace seems, as light shines in through stained glass windows, illuminating areas of the floor with the most beautiful colours, and other windows higher up, shining pure white light down into the space below. And then mirrors around different pillars and in different locations, reflecting that light around and spreading that light out, reflecting onto the white walls, then having it reflecting off the white walls, softening that light, creating the most beautiful glow inside this palace. And she walks through the enormous hallway area, thinking to herself how this one space would be large enough to use like a ballroom. And she heads through another door, into another chamber. And this chamber is far more cosy. Unlike the section she just came from, where the floor looked like marble but barely made a sound. This floor looks almost like it's carpeted. And although it also barely makes a sound, the slight sound that it does make has a duller tone to it. And that dull tone barely echoes within this room. And she notices that around the walls of the room are enormous numbers of books, stacked higher than you could reach, all around those walls. And sitting at the far end of the room, in an armchair, is what looks like a princess reading a book. And she doesn't look up, doesn't flinch, doesn't acknowledge that you've entered the room, as if she's totally engrossed in that book and just turning those pages. And as the woman walks towards her, so she begins to get curious about what this book must be that's so absorbing. And just as she's almost upon this princess, the princess closes the book, puts it down beside her, and looks up, and then gestures to the comfortable seat behind her. And the woman sits down in that comfortable seat, almost feeling like she's sitting down deeper than she sat down before, as if somehow there was some kind of magical property to this comfortable seat. And the princess starts talking to her and telling her that she's going to go on a journey. She's going to go on a bit of an adventure of discovery. And that there's something she's going to learn from this. Something she'll gain inside herself. But there's something that she needs to take with her. And the princess stands up, walks over to the bookshelves, slides a ladder along the bookshelves, climbs up that ladder all the way to the top, grabs a small box, climbs back down again, moves that ladder back over again, and sits back down, lifting the lid of the box, revealing a pocket watch. And she pops open that pocket watch. And as she does, the woman can hear the ticking from the pocket watch. And she glances over at that pocket watch and notices that it seems to be keeping good time. And on the inside of the lid is the most beautiful gold that looks so pristine, and carved into that is an elaborate pattern of shapes that are all interlocking. And behind the hands of that pocket watch, she can see the cogs moving. And behind the cogs, she can notice the way the light seems to be reflecting off that back deep inside the watch and then back out again. As if somehow there's depth to this watch, like there's more back there than she realizes. And the princess tells her that this watch will stop, and when the watch stops, the time that it stops at is the time she needs to know. So she needs to keep an eye on this watch, check it regularly. And the watch will continue once that time comes around at the right time. And that'll let her know that that moment is the right time. And there'll be a sense of connection. And the woman's a little confused by this. She feels it's a little vague. But she gets handed that pocket watch. She feels the weight of that in her hand. She closes the lid. And the princess doesn't give her the box. She just closes that box, puts it down beside her. And the woman puts that pocket watch into her pocket. And the princess ushers her to leave. And so she finds her way back through the palace, back out of that palace, back over that bridge, walks along the cloud, and with just a simple thought, she floats up from that cloud and begins to float and drift back down towards herself. And as she does, she gazes back, and she can see a sheet of rain gently falling from that cloud, and recognizes that the location it's falling at the bottom of the cloud is in line with that river that seemed to be passing across in front of the palace. And she wonders whether that river has a leak in the bottom of it somehow. And she floats down towards herself, arrives back at her property, drifts inside herself, and then feels herself move a little bit and drift back in that garden. And as she drifts back in that garden, she wonders whether that was just a dream. And then she fills her pocket, puts her hand in her pocket, and discovers that pocket watch. and she thinks that that's an unusual experience to have had, wondering how it could even be possible. And yet the pocket watch proves that she had had that experience. And after having another drink and relaxing in this garden, while the sun is beginning to set, she decides to walk inside her house a moment, to think about what this all means. And she sits inside, and to keep comfortable inside, she sits by her fire, because although it's warm during the day, she's aware it gets cooler at night. And while sitting by the fire, her cat Pickles jumps up on her lap, curls around, and then slumps down on her lap. And she gently strokes Pickles on its back, behind its ear. And with each stroke she notices that purring, and can feel the purring through her hand. And something about Pickles lying there purring, and the sensation of the weight of Pickles resting there, brings a sense of peace, of calmness and comfort to her, almost as if somehow the purring of Pickles slows her breathing, helps her muscles relax, and helps her just drift and float peacefully with the experience. And she's aware that she's going to go out for the evening. She wants to begin to just drive around and try and work out what this all means. And she feels that if she can drive around a little bit, maybe it'll make sense. And with Pickles on her lap, she looks at that pocket watch. She opens the pocket watch. She can hear it ticking away. And she closes that pocket watch, puts Pickles down on the ground, and decides to go out for a drive for a little bit, to see if anything will stimulate her mind and give her an idea of what this all means. And she gets into a farm truck that belongs to a neighbour of hers that lets her drive it around this area. And she drives across the fields. She drives over the muddy tracks. She drives all the way to a distant lake, many miles from her home, parks up the truck, and from in the truck she gazes out the windscreen over the lake, watches as the moon rises in the sky, the way that full moon illuminates the water, like dancing splinters of silver on the water.
She leaves the truck, closes that door behind her, walks down to the water's edge. And sits by the water's edge, just resting her feet into that cool water. And as she rests there, gazing up at the sky, hearing that incredibly gentle lapping on the shore, that slight tickling around her legs as that water rolls in and out, looking as the finest clouds pass in front of the moon, creating a rainbow in the sky from the moonlight. Noticing the twinkling of those stars, the occasional shooting star. She takes out that pocket watch, flips open the lid, and to try and see the time, she tilts the watch towards the moon. And as she does, she notices a rainbow jump out of the watch and split apart and shine up in the sky. And she realizes somewhere deep inside that watch is some kind of a prism that seems so sensitive that it's able to take that moonlight and, as well as splitting it into the colours of the rainbow, it seems to be able to amplify that light. And as she moves her hand, she notices that rainbow disappear, and then she moves her hand back and notices it appear again. Then she looks at where that rainbow's going, at where that multicoloured light seems to be reflecting. She wonders if this has anything to do with what's supposed to happen. And as she looks at the hands, she sees that the different hands are passing through different colours, and that the lights seem to be colouring the different parts of the internal part of this watch with those different colours. And then she notices that the two hands stop, and the ticking stops. And she looks at what that time is, and she looks at the colours that the hands are shining through. And she shakes that watch a little bit to see if it'll start that ticking again. She puts it to her ear, can't hear any ticking. So she clicks that lid shut, and she has this strangest sense, almost like she just shut a lid on a rainbow. As if perhaps, as long as she doesn't open it and look, that rainbow will be trapped in there and exists. But she worries that if she pops it open, that bit of rainbow she's trapped will escape and be gone forever. And so she keeps that pocket watch closed, puts it in her pocket, can hear the occasional noise of the evening animals. And then decides to go back to the truck
and make her journey back home again. And once home, she goes to bed, drifts off asleep, still wondering what this all means. She now has a time, and she knows something will happen at that time, but she doesn't know when that time will happen. She knows she just has to look out for a time that that clock starts ticking again. And she goes to bed and she begins to comfortably drift asleep in bed. And she can hear the gentle ticking of a clock in her room. As she relaxes and drifts asleep. And the next morning, she wakes up early. She has some breakfast. And she's planning on going to the beach. But it's a long drive to the beach. So she gathers herself up some food, a packed lunch for the journey. Says goodbye to Pickles, and watches as Pickles initially seems interested, and she thinks, oh, Pickles is going to miss me, before Pickles jumps up in her chair, turns around, slumps down, rests its head on its paws, and seems to just fall asleep where it is. And she closes the front door and starts her drive to the beach. And as she drives to the beach, so the sun begins to rise. And she looks at the colours of the sky and how those colours change as her journey continues. And after many hours she stops off at a meadow on the way, sits in that meadow, eats her packed lunch, enjoys watching the wildlife around her, and then continues her journey to that beach. And at the beach she takes her shoes off, walks along the most beautiful white sand, and can feel that sand through her toes, noticing the way her feet sink into the sand by the water, and the way the sand tickles her feet when she's walking away from the water in that dry and dusty sand. And she can hear that water gently lapping and rolling onto the shore, and then rolling back out to sea. And while walking along, she sees a rowboat, and she decides to take that rowboat out to an island a little way offshore. And when she makes this trip, she quite likes rowing out, or perhaps even sometimes swimming out to the island, because most people don't go to that kind of effort. And so it's always deserted. It's always a place of peace and calm, somewhere that she can gather her thoughts. And so she rows out towards that island, arrives at the island, climbs out of the boat, drags it up just onto the shore. And then sits down under the most beautiful palm trees that were just enough shelter from the sun so that she could relax and just take in the environment, listening to the way the water rolls onto the shore, hearing the sound of leaves moving in the breeze, and resting against the palm tree, occasionally with a slightly stronger gust of wind. She can even feel the slight movement of that palm tree behind her. And as she rests there, just gazing out to sea, so she notices some dolphins swimming along, occasionally jumping in the air, flipping, splashing in the water, other times jumping high, and yet landing nose first so gracefully they barely seem to disturb the surface. Marvelling at the control that they seem to have over their actions. And then she is surprised to hear a voice from behind her. And slightly startled, she turns around to see this woman walking across this deserted island from behind her, from the other side of the island. She wonders where this woman had come from. There's nowhere to have rowed from or swam from on that side of the island. And she walks over and sits down next to the woman. And this woman is confused who this other woman is and where she came from. And she asks, and the woman says that she came from the Emerald Palace. And this woman wonders what the Emerald Palace is, saying that she doesn't know of any palaces around here. And this woman tells her that it's very nearby, and that she can take her if she wants. But she'll have to leave some things behind on this island, just for now, but she'll be back. And the woman agrees, with curiosity. And so she leaves the pocket watch. She leaves a few other items she's got with her. She double checks that the boat is securely up on the shore. And then that woman reaches over, takes her hand, and starts walking towards the far side of the island. And she pulls the woman gently into the water, saying to follow me, that you're going to enjoy this experience, but it may be confusing at first. And the two of them begin to walk into that water. And this woman rests her hand gently in the centre of the back of the woman. and the woman feels this strange warmth passing through her back, passing through her chest, around her neck, up to her cheeks, around her face. And then this woman looks her in the eye, says, "Trust me." And then the two of them dive into the water, and as they do, bubbles start appearing around the lower half of this woman. And as the bubbles clear, the woman realizes that this person's actually a mermaid, that takes her by surprise, seeing this tail behind her. And she's even more surprised by the fact that the tail isn't scaly, as she imagined a mermaid's tail would be. But then she thought to herself, that's probably not a surprise really, given that if this mermaid can breathe air, maybe this mermaid is a mammal. Rather than a fish. And the mermaid's tail was going up and down, rather than side to side. And this woman spent so much time thinking about the fact she just realised that this person is a mermaid, that she didn't even notice at first that she hadn't needed to breathe, that she seemed to be just so comfortably holding her breath, as if it's the most effortless, comfortable thing in the world. She wasn't trying to hold her breath, but she also wasn't trying to breathe. She was just comfortable, swimming deeper and deeper. And she could hear the underwater sounds, hear the movement of waves overhead, see rays of sunlight shimmering and dancing as they were swimming further away from those rays. And everything began to get darker the deeper they swam. And then the mermaid reached over with her other hand, gently touched the woman on the forehead, and she noticed her vision improving. Suddenly she could see better, almost as if she had better eyesight to see in low light. And then as they swam deeper and deeper, she began to notice this emerald glow. Initially it looked almost like just a shimmering emerald colour in the sea, somewhere off in the distance. And then the closer they got to this glow, the more she noticed that it was a glowing emerald palace deep under the ocean here. And she could see all these mermaids and mermen swimming around the palace, swimming into the palace, swimming out of the palace. She could see people swimming on the backs of whales, travelling even faster and even deeper, some riding whales up towards the surface. She could see some seemingly herding fish. It was as if there was an entire community down here that she was totally unaware of. But she was aware that she would have thought this was a strange experience if it hadn't been for the experience she'd had the day before. And she didn't believe the experience she'd had the day before until she found that she still had the pocket watch. And now she was having this experience. And the two of them swam into that palace. And inside the palace there was a location almost like an airlock where they swam in. And then the water level started lowering. And then as the water level lowered, so the mermaid's tail turned back into legs. And by the time the water had drained, she was stood there, looking as human as she did before. And she rested her hand on the forehead of the woman, rested her other hand on the back of the woman. The woman felt that warmth and felt that feeling on her forehead and around her eyes. And then the mermaid said that she just put her breathing and her vision back to normal for now, while they're in the palace. And she looked behind her and could see what looked like the water resting against nothing, as if the water was just there. She had this feeling like she could just put her hand out and touch that water, or perhaps even put her hand straight through the water into the rest of the ocean. But she didn't want to, just in case she wasn't supposed to. And the two of them walked into the palace, and she wondered why this mermaid found her, how this mermaid found her, and why this mermaid brought her here. And as they walked in the palace, initially their footsteps sounded wet as their damp feet walked on that solid surface. And it was almost like walking on solid glass. And she could see the wet footsteps left behind her, noticing those footprints. And then they walked through a part of the palace that seemed almost carpeted, but it seemed like a natural carpet, like everything in this part of the palace was alive, like walking through grass. And the mermaid said that she's aware that the woman had been and seen the princess in the palace in the cloud, and that watch had stopped, and that there's something important about this woman. She just doesn't know it yet. Like many people, we have a purpose in life. We just don't necessarily know it and the woman was intrigued. The mermaid said she's got something she's going to give her. And she walks her to this incredibly comfortable seat. She sits down on that seat, almost like resting down in water, somehow just being weightless on that seat, almost having a feeling of floating while sitting on the seat. The mermaid then heads off to grab something. And the woman recognizes that this room vaguely resembles the palace in the sky, except this is deep under the ocean. And this palace is an emerald colour, whereas the palace in the sky was bright white. And that mermaid returns. And she returns with another pocket watch. Only this pocket watch is broken. And she says that it's a special watch. But it's only when it's ticking again that she'll know that the moment is right. And the woman wonders about these vague messages about moments being right, and why all these clocks are going to start ticking at the right time. And so she takes that pocket watch, and she's told that she needs to go and get it fixed. And then the mermaid leaves this palace with her. They swim back up through the ocean, back to that deserted island. And back on the deserted island, the woman sits under that palm tree. She has a drink from a fresh coconut. She wonders about the experience so far. She looks at the two watches. She notices their similarities and their differences. She turns them over and looks at the back of them. She doesn't want to pop open the one she got from the palace in the clouds, but she pops open this new one. She listens and can't hear any ticking. She shakes it and can't hear any rattling. She wonders what's wrong with it. She tries to wind it up, but nothing happens. And she puts them both in her pocket and decides just to rest there for a little bit longer before heading back to the main shoreline. Because resting here, she can hear the seagulls overhead. She can watch dolphins out to sea, listen to the way the waves break on the shore. And while resting on this island, she builds herself a hammock between two of the trees, climbs into that hammock, and starts reading a book. And she gently tries to swing that hammock just a little bit. giving herself a feeling of almost rocking into relaxation. And as she rocks deeper into relaxation, reading that book, a part of her mind is still elsewhere, wondering about the meaning of the watches. And she waits until gone middle of the day, keeping protected under the canopies of the trees, before heading back to her boat and rowing that boat back to shore. And back on shore she walks along through that beautiful white sand. And she begins to hear some circus music in the distance, and notices that way off down the shore near the pier, there's a circus tent, there's a fairground, and she can see as families are heading along the pier, are heading into that fair, are heading into that circus tent. And she decides to wander down, investigate it for herself, before she'll walk back and journey back home. And so she wanders along the shore, and the closer she gets to the fairground, to the circus, the louder that music gets, and the more she notices how many people are there. And she can see that there's obviously a show going on in that circus tent, and children are coming out with balloons and big smiles on their faces. And she decides to get onto the merry-go-round and have a quick ride on that, listening to that music as she bobs up and down, travelling round and round, watching the lights and all the action around her. But she finds that her mind is still wandering and drifting and wondering. And she leaves this area with some candy floss and eats that candy floss as she walks along, feeling the way it's melting in her mouth, the way it tickles her nose when it accidentally touches her nose, the way her fingers become sticky as it gets on her fingers. She washes her hands as she finishes that candy floss. And walks along the shore a little further, just to find somewhere quiet for a moment, to still think and ponder. And along the shore there's a few small shops, and normally she tries to avoid going this far down. She likes the area of the beach where there's just sand and countryside and nature. She's not so much a fan of coming to the built-up area, to the pier, to the shops. And as she walks along, so she can see these quaint shops, the signs of what they all are. And she notices that one of them is a watchmaker's. And she wonders whether they could fix the watch. She doesn't know what she'll say if she's asked where it's from, but she'll just try and be vague. And she heads into that quaint watchmaker's store, bell ringing as she walks in, bell ringing as the door closes behind her. She can hear ticking coming from all directions around her, with the clocks over the walls, cabinets full of watches, and an elderly man, hunched over, with glasses, with a little microscope on the end of the glasses. And an item that seems to have the smallest end to it. He seems to be working on something, and he doesn't look up, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't respond at all to her entrance. He seems so focused on the job that he's doing. And so she looks at the different clocks around the wall. She looks in the cabinets at the different watches, and then goes and stands near the counter. And she waits for this elderly man to finish what he's doing. And she doesn't know how long it will take him, but she feels like it would be rude and not sensible to interrupt him when he looks like he's so busy and focused on a delicate job. And then after a little while, he finishes what he's doing and very carefully and slowly gazes up towards the woman, moves his head back as he sees her too close, and then remembers to take the glasses off, and says that you get so lost looking through them that the reality through them is all you end up seeing. You lose track of all the reality around the outside because you're just focused on the task at hand through the microscope. And that you have this feeling almost like you're in that tiny world. And all you can see is that very fine tip of the instrument you're using. And it feels like you're using a small instrument, despite the fact that you're using something that's very long in your hand. And he asks her what it is that she wanted. And she said that she's got a watch that needs fixing. And she takes the watch out of her pocket, the one from the mermaid. She places it down on the counter. And he pops it open. And he makes a few noises, a few ums and ahs. He makes some noises of curiosity. He puts the glasses back on and takes a closer look. He takes the glasses off and asks where the watch came from. And the woman says that she got it in the sea. And he just responds with a, "Ah." and carries on looking. He doesn't seem to question her vagueness or what she was saying. And yet she's aware that it doesn't look like it's something that has been underwater, especially not like something that's been underwater in the ocean. And he looks up and says that he can fix this watch, but it'll take him just a little while. And that if she wants, she can sit and wait. He explains that he's got a small little lounge just through the back of the shop. And so she agrees that she'll sit and wait. She walks into that lounge, sits down in the lounge. And while she's sat there waiting, she begins to feel this sense like she's getting a bit bored, like she wants to twiddle her thumbs, wants to be doing something. And she doesn't know how long it'll take. And then a man walks in, and he sits down near her. He explains he's the watchmaker's son, and he thought he'd give her some company, and asks if she wants to go out for a little bit, for a bit of a walk along the seafront, rather than being cooped up here in this lounge. And together they wander along the seafront. They walk back near the pier. They walk on to a bench a little way on from the pier. They sit on that bench, gazing out to sea. And she asks the watchmaker's son what he does, what sort of things he's interested in. He explains that he's an artist, that he likes painting. He explains that he paints in an unusual way at times, that he's got a way of painting images in people's minds, that's kind of how he paints for real, that the painting happens in his mind, and then his hand just turns what's in his mind into reality. And he can help others to see that. And the woman's curious by this. And so he says, well, I'll have you paint the view in front of you. And the two of them stand up from the bench. He gently touches her shoulders, positions her to face out towards the sea. He stands in front of her, gently lifts her arms, so gently that it's almost as if he wasn't touching her arms, almost as if she can't tell whether she's lifting her own arms or he's lifting her arms. He moves her arms around a little, making sure her elbows are bent and the arms are in a comfortable position. He then moves back beside her, reaches around with one arm to reposition the far arm, while using his other hand to reposition the arm nearest to him. And then looking in front of her, with her, he says, just imagine an easel in front of you. And imagine it. So there's a canvas on that easel. And the canvas is just slightly lower than your eyes. And so your eyes can see the view over the canvas. And tilting your eyes down ever so slightly, you can see on the canvas. And just notice how pure and white that canvas is. Focus in on the canvas, notice the texture of the canvas, what it's made of. Almost noticing each individual thread on that canvas. He then tells her to breathe calmly and deeply, and to very slowly have a sense of reaching down as if there's a brush in the hand, dabbing some paint together of the colour of the sky, beginning to just loosely smear that onto the canvas, and notice how that begins to appear. Notice how some of it runs organically and naturally, just flowing on the canvas. And then dabbing some water, cleaning that brush off a little, and then dabbing a different colour, and doing that colour of the ocean. And initially just doing some quite loose colours, getting the bulk of the colours down, and then doing the same with the sand. And then beginning to dab in and add in some detail, and doing this so slowly and intentfully. And the woman found herself drifting and floating inside her mind, as if her body was working automatically. And she started having this feeling like she was genuinely painting. And then with that feeling started coming a vision as if that canvas was really there. And the way he was looking at the canvas, as if it was really there for him too, the way he gestured towards it, the way he helped to mark out different things on that canvas, with such conviction. And he talked about just noticing that slight waft of the smell of the paint, and hearing the sound of that brush on the canvas, hearing the sound of the brush in the paint, hearing the sound of that brush in the water, and the slight clinking sound as the brush taps on the side of that jar of water. And he guides her to paint. And once she's completed, she has this sense of putting the brush down. And he notices in her that she has completed the painting, and he praises her on that painting, and says you'll always have that painting with you. And then he taps her on the shoulder just very gently, and she feels this sense of drifting out of that reverie and paying attention to him again. And they sit down on the bench. She notices that that painting has disappeared, the easel has disappeared. But she's got that experience with her. And she feels a certain connection to this person. And while they sit there, the sun begins to set, and as the sun sets, so he just gently rests his arm around her, noticing that She had acted like she was just starting to get a little cold, and she allows that hug. She rests her arm back around him. She rests her head gently onto his shoulder, feeling the warmth of his body against hers, feeling the tightness of that hug and the secureness of that, and feeling a sense of love and peace and a sense of harmony, being aware that they seem to be breathing the same and relaxing, and how this moment seems to be slowing down and standing still, as if the waves rolling on the shore are slowing down, having more space between each wave, and being in this moment. And she starts to feel a certain fluttering in her chest, a sense that there's more to this moment than she thought there would be, to this chance encounter. And after what felt like just a minute, but was probably much longer, the two of them started heading back to that shop. And as they arrived back in the shop, the watchmaker glanced up at them, gave a smile, and said that he's fixed that watch. And he placed that watch on the counter. He asked, "Do you have any other watches like it? It's a really interesting watch. If you do, I'd love to see them." And she says she's got another one in her pocket. She got it from a different location and said she couldn't really explain where. But it was nowhere near that watch. And she placed that down on the counter. And as the watchmaker pressed the button to pop open the lid, so a flash of rainbow light burst out of the watch, just for a split second, and the watch began ticking. And she realized that the time on the watch and the time that it currently is 24 hours later. And as she looks at the man beside her, she sees the way that he's smiling at her. She sees that it looks like he wants to ask her something. And she wants to be asked. And he asks if she's happy to see him again. And she says, "No. I'm happy to see you now." And she puts an arm around him to settle his moment of confusion. That moment she knows she made him worry just for a second, but knows that's why he smiled deeper than he had before. She sees that watchmaker smiling, She then says, let's go back to the beach. She tells him she's got an unusual story to say, and that he may not believe it. And she doesn't yet know what it means, but she knows somehow he's involved. And they walk down onto the beach. They light a small campfire. They cook some food on that campfire on the beach, while she shares her tale with him. And she's surprised that somehow he seems to be engaged with this tale, nodding, demonstrating intrigue and curiosity. And she shows the two watches and lets him examine them. And he asks questions about that palace in the clouds. He asks questions about the palace deep under the sea, about the mermaid. And a part of her thinks to herself, is it normal for someone to just take your word for everything like this, when you're telling them stuff that's so strange? And he then says he's also got a story to share. That he's the watchmaker's son, but he doesn't live there. That the previous day he'd had an experience where he was drifting off asleep, just relaxing at home. And then he found himself walking through some woods, exploring that woodland. And he encountered the most bizarre place that no one would believe if he told them. He encountered what looked almost like a partially see-through house, and he couldn't figure out how else to explain it. And he said that he felt compelled to walk to the door. He knocked on the door, and someone wearing purple robes with a purple hat and a black and white wand answered the door. And he was surprised by this at the time, but the person just smiled and seemed so friendly, and they invited him in. And as they closed the door behind them, he noticed the way all the walls just seemed to wobble and vibrate, as if the house was made of jelly. But something about the experience felt so comforting and natural. And he sat down on the chair he was gestured to sit in. And the house had this strong smell of chocolate. And then he realised the chair he was sitting in was like a giant chocolate cookie chair. And when this wizard turned their back, he tested his theory by breaking a piece off under his hand and quickly eating it before the wizard turned back again. And he said that this wizard was asking questions, and he was there trying to chew really fast, secretly, because the wizard was wondering why he wasn't answering. And the woman found this story amusing. This idea that he's doing something that's a bit cheeky. that it's almost like doing something just a little naughty in school and trying not to get caught. Nothing particularly wrong, just a bit cheeky and trying to get away with it. And she was hanging on his every word as he described this experience. He described how he was given a book, and he thought about how he loved reading books. And he was told not to open this book until he'd left this house, until he'd left the woodland. And he said that he left the house and he left the woodland. And when he opened the book, he found that after about page 48, there was no pages. A hole had been cut in the book. And he was a bit irritated by the damage to the book, thinking the wizard could have just given him a box and not damaged the book. But in that gap in the book was a watch, and the note with the watch said, "Take this to be fixed." He said that was the watch that his dad was working on when she arrived, and that was why he was there. That ordinarily he wouldn't have been there at that time, that he doesn't see his dad as often as he perhaps should, that he's normally too busy doing his own thing. And he said that the next day he'd had a similar bizarre experience, that this morning he woke up, he left his home, he knew that he was going to come and see his dad. He had the book in his car next to him, pocket watch in the book. And he pulled over at a location, and there was someone there who asked him if he could help them. And so he went and started to help. And he said it was the weirdest thing, that here they are in this hot environment, and there's this person creating an ice sculpture on the beach. And they're saying they want this sculpture finished before all the ice melts. And so he said he spent most of the morning carving a giant ice sphere on the seafront, somehow feeling like helping, despite knowing that no sooner as he finished creating this, it's going to all melt and run away. And that there's just going to be a moment to capture the beauty of the sculpture, and that anyone around beforehand or afterwards will miss out. And then he said that that was his reason for being so motivated to help, that there'll be just that moment in time when there's something precious, that if you can capture that, you can see that, experience it, and share that experience with others. He described it like that moment you see a shooting star, and know that if you were looking moments earlier or moments later, if you were blinking, if you were looking down or looking elsewhere, or hadn't gone outside, you'd miss that moment. And this started to teach him about the preciousness of making the most of moments, making the most of wonder, of curiosity. And the two of them spoke as the sun had set, as the fire began to burn down to embers and was just glowing, illuminating that sand. The sound of the beach in the background, the coolness of the air, stars in the sky, the way the moon illuminated the ocean. And just then, a woman walked over and sat down on the ground, and she was instantly recognized as being the mermaid. And she said that the two of you have now found each other, that you're soulmates who are meant to be, that you've been missing each other for many years, that you've all nearly had your paths cross repeatedly, and that there's so much you're going to create together that's more than you create on your own. And that the universe just needed to give a little helping hand because of the things you'll be achieving, and that the future will unfold in its own way, in its own time. And that it's the discovery of that future, the curiosity, the wonder, that'll help to drive you both. And so the future's not going to be revealed, just that you need to face that future together. And your different learnings through the last 24 hours are complementary to the way forward. And the mermaid handed over a plate of strawberries, said a gift from us, before heading back down to the ocean, diving in and disappearing. And then the man walked the woman back to her car. She travelled back home with an excitement she hadn't felt for quite a while, about a new chapter of her life. She looked forward to excitedly telling her cat, although at the same time she wondered whether people would think that was strange, that she wants to get home and tell her cat about her experiences. And he headed home as well. They knew they were going to see each other in the future. And once home, after relaxing for a while, she went up to bed, settled down in bed, and with pleasant thoughts in her mind, thoughts of what the future holds, the positives, what she's got to look forward to, and understanding now about the connection and a broader sense of the world around her, with a smile that seemed to pass through her body. She drifted and comfortably floated and relaxed, asleep, sleeping deeply and soundly all night long. So as you take a moment to begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. Now, this meditation is about a woman who wants to go on a holiday. And she decides that to choose where to go, she's going to grab a map and a pencil, and with one hand resting on the map, the other hand holding the pencil, she closes her eyes. She then twists and turns that map around, and she moves the map around on the table. She tries to disorientate herself from where that map is and what direction it's facing. And then she spins that pencil around and moves it around. And then she moves her hand out the way and lowers the pencil down to the table. And she marks a dot on the map and opens her eyes and looks to see where it is that she'll be going. And she sees that it's a tiny little village in the middle of the British countryside. And it's not somewhere she's ever heard of before or ever been. But she sees that there's a train station near there. So she books somewhere to stay in that village. And a few days later she heads off on a short break. And she arrives at a bed and breakfast in the village. Checks herself in to this tiny, quaint bed and breakfast. Gets shown up to her room. Goes into her room. Puts her bags down on the floor. Takes her coat off, her shoes off. Goes and looks in the bathroom. Looks on the desk, looks in the cupboards and the drawers, goes over to the window, pulls aside the net curtains and the lightweight flowing curtains, looks out of that window and can see the street passing by outside, the trees the other side of the street, the flowers lining the street, the grass. Just the most beautiful British village on a summer's day look. And she opens the window part way, lets some air come into her room. She relaxes back on that cool bed. On the mattress, rests her head on the pillows and begins to relax. That kind of relaxation you get when you've arrived in a new place, you've been travelling for a while, and you just want to take a few minutes for yourself. And she just listens to the silence, to the sounds of birds outside, the sound of the breeze blowing through the window, gazing over, noticing the way the white curtains just wave in that breeze, just gently move in the breeze. And she just relaxes for a little bit, lets her eyes close so that she can just focus on the sounds and on breathing in that cool air that blows into the room, and breathing out, and breathing in more of that cool air, and breathing out, just relaxing deeper and more comfortably. And then after a while she decides to go explore. So she leaves the bed and breakfast, she heads out into the street, walking down the garden path of the bed and breakfast, walking along the street, that smell of the beautiful summer's flowers, the bees, the butterflies, the sounds of birds, the sights of birds darting into trees, flying overhead, of swifts and other birds, just the sounds of so many songbirds, and that rustling leaves sound of the trees as the wind blows a breeze. And as she continues walking along, so a little way down the road she notices a comfortably bubbling stream heading along the side of the road. As that road arcs round towards a green, and the stream follows the edge of that green, and she walks across the green, sees people enjoying that green, just sitting in the sun, having picnics, relaxing. On the other side of the green, there's a little monument in a square, with some road heading around it, which leads on into a cobbled street that's for pedestrians only, which seems like this is the high street of this village. And she walks into that high street and notices how quaint and how old-fashioned everything looks. And many of the shops are independent retailers. So she walks past the shop, popping in to the occasional shop that interests her, stopping at an independent coffee shop, heading into that coffee shop, smelling the smells in that shop, the sounds of drinks being made, the murmur of the people in the background, sitting at tables enjoying their drinks. She gets herself a drink, takes it outside and sits at one of the tables outside in the street, and relaxes and drinks her drink while watching the world go by. And she sees different people walking in and out of different shops, and notices that many of these shops don't look like they've changed for hundreds of years, that the occupiers of the shops may have evolved over time, but the look of the shops don't look like they've changed for a very long time. And she feels to herself that this is a nice touch, that so often progress happens. Shops get knocked down to build more modern looking shops, and then those get knocked down to build shops that look even more modern. And then everything looks the same, looks all generic, and looks very boxy. And nothing seems to have character anymore. Yet here, all the shops look like they have character and history and a story to tell. and after drinking her drink, she continues to wander down the street to look in different shops, and she sees a second-hand vintage shop and notices the sign above the door saying that this was first a clothes shop back in the 1700s, and that for generations it was the same family who owned this shop, that some dressmakers would make the clothes for locals around here, and then over recent years it became a vintage fashion shop. Trying to move away from fast fashion, trying to give people an alternative, to give people unique items from different time periods. And she walked into that shop, chiming a bell as the door opened, and that bell chiming as the door closed behind her. And there was someone behind the counter who greeted her as she entered with a smile and some welcoming words, and she instantly could smell the old clothes smell and the smell of leather handbags, and she started looking at different clothes on different rails. And decided that she wanted to try a selection of items on. She didn't know what she would buy or not just yet. She enjoyed trying things on and seeing what kind of things suited her, always looking for something she would never have guessed would suit her. So she picked up a selection of clothes and headed back of the shop to find the changing rooms. And all of the changing rooms just had curtains across them, and they all seemed to be occupied. And the one at the corner had its curtain drawn and had a notice hung on it saying not in use. And she wondered why it wasn't in use, so she peered inside there. And it seemed perfectly fine to her. There was a bench in there, there was a mirror in there. There didn't seem to be anything wrong in there. So she thought to herself, she'll just remove that notice a minute and just pop in there, try on these few bits. That it's probably not really any kind of an issue. And so she went into that changing room and changed into her first item, which was trying on a 1970s leather biker jacket. She placed that biker jacket on, turned around in front of the mirror, and as she did, she noticed a haze, as if everything went hazy, just for a moment. And she leant on the side of the changing room, and then sat down for a moment, thinking, was I dizzy? What just happened? Wondering whether the haze was perhaps some kind of dizziness, even though she didn't think she felt dizzy. And then she noticed that there was a sound coming from outside the changing room, that there were sounds of 70s music, and it sounded like it suddenly got busier. And so she glanced out of the changing room through the curtain, and was surprised to see that everything looked different to how she remembered it moments earlier. And she tried to work out in her mind whether things were different. Maybe it was like she can see, and she just didn't notice. And it was a bit confusing for her. But she assumed that maybe she just hadn't paid as much attention as she thought she paid when walking through the shop. And she quite liked this 1970s biker jacket. She liked how fitted it was. She quite liked the smell of this old leather jacket. And she decided to try on the next item. So she took that biker jacket off. She put a 1950s dress over her head, squeezed it down her body, shook her hips a bit as she pulled it down her waist. And as she looked in the mirror, she loved the way it seemed to flare out. And she turned around in front of the mirror. And as she did again, everything seemed to go hazy. And then suddenly she could hear the sound of rock and roll. She wondered whether the music playing had suddenly skipped or jumped, or whether the worker here had decided to just change songs mid-song. But she noticed that the sounds of voices changed also. And so she peered out again, and this time was surprised to see that the shop looked totally different again. And she knew that just moments ago this isn't what it looked like. So even if she was mistaken first time, she knows she isn't mistaken this time. And she decided to leave the changing room to try and figure out what was going on. And she walked into the shop. She asked the shop assistant what's going on. Why is the stock different? When did it all change? How did it change so quick? And the shop assistant looked a bit confused and had no idea what she's going on about. And so she decided to walk out the front of the shop. She left the front of the shop and noticed that everyone in the street was walking around in 1950s clothes. And she walked up the street a little way and noticed how everything was so different here. And yet all the shops looked very similar to how they've always looked. And she went back into the shop, and she wanted to try something out. Went back to the changing room, took off that dress. And she'd got a really, really old, heavy, multi-layered item of clothing. And she put that on and did that up. And it took her a while to get into it. And it had a built-in corset. And she did the best she could at doing that up, making it look how she felt it was supposed to look. And this one felt so much heavier and restrictive. But she quite liked the poofy bottom of it, the way it all furled out. And she felt that that would flow nicely as she turned. And she turned in front of the mirror, noticed that haze again. And this time she didn't even give time to think about whether the sounds had changed. She then just walked straight out of the changing room, saw that everything was different again, walked straight out of the shop onto the street, and she could see men in top hats, dressed smart, walking along with canes, women wearing the most beautiful bonnets and hats, and the most beautiful dresses, and children playing in the streets with sticks and wheels made of wood, and throwing stones and jumping into chalk-drawn squares. And then she could hear what sounded like a horse and cart, and she noticed those horse and carts travelling up and down the cobbled street. There was people walking along, cleaning the street with shovels and wheelbarrows. She walked to the end of the street and could see that everything just looked slightly different. There were some spaces where she remembers there being properties, and there were some properties where she remembers there being spaces. And she went to the green and noticed that the green was still in use, but people were all dressed differently. Everyone seemed so much smarter here in the way they dressed. And she realised that somehow this changing room seemed to have the ability to transport people through time based on the type of clothing they wear. When she wore that 70s jacket, she found herself in the 70s. When she wore the 50s dress, she found herself in the 50s. And now she finds herself over 100 years earlier. And she heads back to that changing room, and she decides to change back into her normal clothes. She puts her clothes on, turns in front of the mirror, and she can hear different music again outside the changing room. She walks out of the changing room, but sees that it still looks like a different time period. It doesn't look like where she left from. And then she looks at what she's wearing and realises that she's got an early 2000s outfit on. Because she loves vintage shopping and retro shopping, and that's the kind of thing she mainly wears, that even wearing her own clothes means that this changing room seems to take the outfit as a whole and seems to somehow think, oh, you're dressed in the style of this, and seems to work out roughly when the outfit should be from. And she doesn't know quite what to do. And so she heads back into that changing room, sits down on the bench, wondering how she's going to get back to her normal time. She leaves the changing room, decides to talk to the worker in the shop. She asks the worker what's happening with this changing room. And the worker says that that changing room has an out of order sign on it. She shouldn't be using it. And she says she knows she shouldn't be using it, But it didn't look like there was anything wrong with it, so she decided she was in a hurry, so she would use it anyway. And the worker says that apparently hundreds of years ago, someone came here who claimed that the mirror they were donating to the shop was a magical mirror. A mirror that had the ability to transport people through time based on the outfits they were wearing. That the changing room itself, on the inside, would remain in whatever the time period is that person left from, for that person. But everything beyond the changing room becomes the time period as reflected in the mirror. The woman wondered how she was going to get back to her normal time and asked. And they said the only way to get back to your normal time is to wear clothes from your time. And then the mirror will reflect that back, and you'll be back at the time period you started. And the woman asked, why have you still got that changing room, and why just an out of order notice, if you know that it does this? And they said that most people respect a notice saying it's out of order, and just don't use it. And that it's part of the shop. They don't want to board it up or close it off in a way that makes everything look ugly, that ruins the aesthetics of the shop. And they don't want to disassemble it. That it's in the contract for everyone who uses the shop, that it all stays as is. And the woman heads back into that changing room, sits down on the bench wondering how she's going to transport herself back to the present. That her clothes she was wearing in the present were early 2000s clothes. And as she thinks to herself, she realises there are actually a few items of clothing she was wearing that are not early 2000s clothes, that are clothes she's bought much more recently. And she thought it was a ridiculous idea, but she would try it anyway. So the only 3 items of clothing that were from the present time were her shoes, her bra and her knickers. And so though she thought she looks ridiculous standing there in normal shoes and just bra and knickers, she knew this is probably the only way to get back to the present. And so she stood there, she spun around in front of that mirror, noticed the haze form around her for just a moment, and then she could hear music in the background and sounds in the background that were suddenly familiar to how they were when she came in. And she got changed back fully into her normal clothes, decided she wasn't going to do a twirl this time, and she backed out of the changing room, carrying all the clothes she tried on. She put the out of order notice back up. She went to the counter. She bought the 70s leather jacket and the 50s dress. She thought they'd make a good mix together. And she wondered to herself what time period she would end up in if she wore both of those together. But she wasn't willing to go back in and try that again. But she found it very interesting that someone could. And that as long as you know what to expect, you could be prepared to make sure that you enter that changing room with clothes that you've got that are recent, so that you've got something to change back into at the end that takes you back to where you started. And she spoke to the member of staff, explained her experience she just had. The member of staff said that from time to time she likes to use that out of order changing room to explore different time periods, that after hours she'll lock up the shop, she'll find an outfit to wear. She might dress in 1950s gear, or 1970s gear, or 1960s, whatever time period she fancies visiting. She'll then go into that changing room, change into that clothes, twirl in front of the mirror. And she spoke about some of the adventures she's had, finding herself in the past, and how you're totally in the past. That it's not just immediately outside the shop that's changed. You are entirely in the past. And she's been to parties in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s. That she's been on steam trains, when steam trains were just common and easy to jump on and travel on. That she's had so many experiences, and that she's curious how far back it goes. She said that she doesn't think the mirror works back any further than when the mirror was placed there. And she says that she wouldn't try even if it did, because before the shop was here, there was no changing room, and so she worries that if she exited the changing room at a time when there was no changing room, she doesn't know what will be there when she goes to go back into the changing room. But she quite likes travelling through time, and she knows previous members of staff have done the same, and is aware that maybe they should make it safer so that ordinary people don't accidentally start time travelling, in case they get trapped in the past and don't know how to get back to the present. And she spoke about how this nearly happened once, that somebody didn't have any clothes from their present time, and they travelled back into the past. And she was really curious about the way this must have caused some kind of a time anomaly or a paradox, because they had to talk to the shop worker back in the past. They had to explain what had happened, what they did, and that they couldn't seem to figure out how to get back to the future. And that shop worker had to write a note with a specific date in the future for that note to be opened. And then on that date, the worker said that that note was opened, and on that note it said who would be coming in on that date at what time, and to tell them not to enter the out of order changing room. And they were stopped from entering the changing room before they'd even thought about the fact that they were going to decide to enter the changing room. And staff since then have wondered how that worked. Because as they didn't go into the changing room, they didn't go into the past. They shouldn't have been able to talk to the member of staff. And so the member of staff wouldn't have written the note. And so because the note wouldn't have been written, that person would have gone in the changing room, going into the past, being stuck in the past, causing a member of staff to write a note that when read stops that person going in the changing room, stopping them going back, stopping the note being written. And they joked that their brain hurts when they try and think about it. They know the person never ended up going in the changing room, but they don't know how that means that that note was given in the past in the first place. And so they try not to think about the paradoxes and what it all means. And the woman bought those items, left the shop, and continued exploring the village, before heading back to that bed and breakfast, settling down for the night, having the most wonderful night's sleep, eating the most beautiful breakfast the next morning, exploring the countryside around the town that day. Having another night, sleeping peacefully, soundly, and after a few nights away, they headed home. And despite sleeping so well in the bed and breakfast, when they went and got in their own bed back at home, it felt so comfortable, so snuggly, so relaxing. They fell asleep so quickly, so easily, so effortlessly, and drifted and relaxed asleep.